2, 3, 4. Okay, who are we missing? Is John on?
Yes.
Rochelle, is everybody okay right now? Can we start?
Yes, you can start. I connected it. It should be live. Alex, does it look live in there? Does it look, can you guys see it live? Yeah.
What happened to Joe and Michael?
Start.
I'm here, Michael, and John Mukai, Corporation Counsel, is in the office with me.
We're live.
All right, we're live. Okay, we'll start. The first virtual meeting of the Windward Planning Commission will now come to order. It is Thursday, June 4th, 2020. Based on the mayor's proclamation regarding COVID-19, our meetings will be online until further notice. This is to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and to maintain social distancing. Please note that the public will be able to view and listen to this meeting. A video link is available on the Planning Department website at www.hiplanningdept.com. Public participation is limited to written testimony. Staff has sent the commission all written testimony that the department has received on items on this agenda, and also made the board packets available online for the public. In the case of technical difficulties with this meeting, please note that the recording of this meeting will be posted on the Planning Department. Commissioners, please also note that only one of you may speak at a time. Therefore, after staff's presentation, even a commission member has a question for staff, please raise your hand. And if we cannot see you, please, you can just interject. I would like to introduce the fellow commissioners. When I read your name, please raise your hand. Vice Chairman John Replogle. Commissioner Gilbert Aguinaldo. Commissioner Dean Au. And Commissioner Joe Clarkson. And I am Tom Raffapi, the chair. The following staff are also in virtual attendance. Deputy Corporation Counsel Malia Hall, attorney for the commission. Deputy Corporation Counsel for the Planning Director John Mukai. Planning Director Michael E. Planning Program Manager Jeff Darrow. Planner Maya Jackson. Planner Alex Roy. Planner Christian K. Planner Jessica Andrews. And Commission Secretary Sarah Hatter Finley. Also assisting the commission and staff today is Department Secretary. We'll proceed to the first item on the agenda. Applicant, Adrian and Benjamin Imager, SPP 19-000212. Application for a special permit to allow the development and operation of a chiropractic, acupuncture, and massage clinic and related improvements on an approximately 1 acre portion of a 2 acre property situated in a state land use agriculture district. The subject property is located off Ilima Street, approximately 0.2 miles northwest Mauka of Ainaloa Boulevard, between 35th and 36th Avenue, Orchid Land Estates, Ke'au, Puna, Hawaii. TMK 316009017. Now, Stav will be doing the presentation.
Good morning, Planning Commission. My name is Jessica Andrews, and I am doing the presentation today for special permit application number 19-000212, Deirdre and Benjamin Imagiri. I'm going to share my screen, and I'll give it a minute to make sure that you all can see the content of the screen. So at this point, I've shared the screen. You should see the first slide of the presentation. Planning Commissioners, can you see that? Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, this is the first slide introducing the applicants, Deirdre and Benjamin Imagiri. Now you see the location map. You should see the subject property indicated in a red rectangle on Ilima Street. It is in the Puna district in Orchid Land subdivision, Orchid Land Estates. The applicants are requesting a special permit to establish a chiropractic, acupuncture, and massage clinic to construct 2 dwellings on the subject parcel, one for commercial operations of the clinic and the other to be used as a dwelling. Additionally, to construct a detached 150 square foot structure to be used as a massage treatment room. This map shows the zoning of the area. The subject parcel is outlined in red. It is zoned Ag 1A, 1 acre. Surrounding properties are zoned Ag 5 acre, Ag 3 acre, Residential 15, and CV 38. The state land use boundary map indicates that all of the surrounding properties, including the subject parcel, are designated agricultural. And the general plan LUPAG map indicates that the subject parcel is rural. There is some extensive agriculture designation nearby to the parcel. This slide shows the applicant's proposed site plan. The lower part of the screen is Ilima Street, and you can see the applicant's proposal with the office and the detached treatment room, the lower portion of the parcel, and the main dwelling to be used as the applicant's residence on the upper portion of the site plan. These are the proposed floor plans that were included with the special permit application. On the left is the proposed clinic showing the layout as currently proposed. And on the right is the proposed main dwelling for the applicants. This is an aerial photograph showing the current conditions of the site. The site is outlined in the subject parcel, is outlined in yellow. And Ilima Street is just below it. These are site photographs showing the views of the subject property from Ilima Street. and 2 photographs showing the access road. On the left is looking Mauka on Ulima Street, and on the right is looking Mackay on Ulima Street. The planning director is recommending denial of the application for the following reasons. The request will be contrary to the general plan and Puna Community Development Plan because it is not consistent with the goals and objectives stated therein regarding identified locations for commercial uses and developments. The granting of this particular request at this particular location will be inconsistent with the objectives sought to be accomplished by the land use law and regulations, and could unreasonably burden public agencies to provide infrastructure because the access road is substandard and cannot accommodate an increase in traffic. The proposed use does not promote the effectiveness and objectives of Chapter 205 HRS as amended because it does not establish an effective land use pattern. The proposed use is not a reasonable use of land situated within the agricultural district because it is contrary to standard building permit process. This slide shows a portion of the community development plan. This is the Puna Community Development Plan, and it shows Figure 510, which is Orchidland Neighborhood Village Center. The Village Center designation is outlined in dashed line. As you can see, that's the preliminary Orchidland Neighborhood Village Center boundary. And the subject property is very small on the upper left of the slide in blue. The Orchidland Neighborhood Village Center was identified by the community association to be located along Orchidland Drive from Highway 130 to halfway between 35th and 34th Avenues. It encompasses 15 parcels and an area of about 16 acres. And the next slide shows the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map. On the left is kind of a larger view showing the general plan LUPAG map in the Puna area. And you can see on the upper left of that slide, there's several rectangles in orange, and those are designated MDU, medium density urban. And a zoomed in view on the right shows you those orange rectangles again. And one of them is the Orchidland Neighborhood Village Center that we saw previously that would be designated MDU. And the others are in HPP, but the map on the left is from the general plan. That concludes the presentation, and I now turn the floor back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Jessica. Do we have any questions for the staff from the commission? No questions? All right. Is the applicant or the representative present?
Mr. Chair, Zendo Kern here representing the applicant. Deidre Imagiri is also present. It looked like Commissioner Rapogel was trying to wave you down.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rapogel, you have a question?
Commissioner Rapogel, your mic looks like it's muted.
We golden now?
Okay, now I can hear you, John.
Okay, sorry. I'm not quite clear on how far the designated community commercial space is from the subject property. If presenter could clarify that again.
Yes, Commissioner Pogel. If you can still see the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map on the, okay, on the right side, the subject property is indicated in red. There's a red outline that designates the subject property to the south.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah, and then if you look at Orchid Land Drive, which may be a little small, but just 2 streets, 2 blocks to the north, there's a rectangle that is shown in orange, and that's the Orchid Land Neighborhood Village Center.
Okay, thank you. I see it now. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
any other questions from the commission? All right, I will need to swear the applicant in.
Deidre,
Please.
raise your right hand as well.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and where you reside, and you can proceed.
Zendo Kern here, planning consultant, residing on the Big Island.
My name is Deirdre Imakire, and I live in Hawaiian Paradise Park on the Big Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, planning director, and all the staff. Obviously, we find ourselves in some very unprecedented times. I hope you all are doing well. Challenge would be a severe understatement, but nonetheless, we're here, and thank goodness for some technology. I'm going to say right off, having our first planning commission meeting with some semi-shaky internet connection and a recommendation of denial for a family that's trying to operate a business and do well is we'll do our very best, and my hope is that the commissioners will see that our request is reasonable and it's positive and it's good for our community. I'm going to start with just kind of going over some technicals on my side, and then Ms. Imagiri will share some of her story. So as far as the general plan goes, we could argue this both ways. This does support economic growth. It does support a lot in there, and I think we could argue that both ways. As far as the Kuna Community Development Plan is concerned, it's silent on special permits. It does talk about commercial, and I think that this is not necessarily a commercial use in its normal nature. If this was a gas station or a convenience store or a laundromat or something of that nature, it should probably go in those designated commercial areas. It's also a challenge, though, because those lands in those commercial areas are private, and say, for example, Paradise Park are basically all owned by one large landowner that isn't doing anything with it. We sit here with this community development plan trying to have some reasonable planning when it comes to true commercial, but nothing happens. What do? We drive to Hilo, drive to Keau, but it's very challenging. I think this is different because this is a home. This is, it's a chiropractic massage clinic being conducted by the owners of the land that want to be able to live on their property. This is, they're serving the community. They're not selling a product even. They're offering a vital service to our community, and I think that's really important. This kind of goes a little bit back to how, and they didn't all get pushed into town where you had to go to town every single time. I believe it's about balance. I think this really needs to be looked at and really carefully considered. there's been some interesting back and forth. We've been going back and forth with this with the planning department for a while. And I want to just kind of make sure that it's somewhat understood of what's really trying to occur here. The applicants are looking to build the home located on the front of the property. They're going to live in that home. They're not going to be operating the business during that time. Their goal is to eventually build the home on the property. They'll be their primary residence and turn the front home into the actual chiropractic clinic. So that'll be the commercial space. They're fully aware that when that occurs, they'll have to bring that up to code for the commercial use. The challenge is that they can't get 2 building permits on that property. So they're coming in early. They're asking for permission. They're doing it right. And here we are trying to do it right and basically getting very negative recommendation. It's challenged. So we talked now, why do it this way? Well, it's the only way they can really do it and ask for permission. So they're going to build a place in front. They're going to live there. They'll be able to, by allowing the special permit, they'll be able to get a building permit for the home in the back and start building that as money becomes available, at which time they would then move to the back and the front would then get converted. So at no time would they be living in the same place and conducting business in the same unit. I think that's really important. Now, that would be one of the conditions I was hoping if we had gotten a positive recommendation, or if the commission decides to vote in favor of this, is that we should have some conditions, obviously. And one of those would be that, you know, they have to the space. So it's really well thought out. It's I think it's admirable what they're trying to do and come in. They offer a really great service. There's testimonies come in. I hope all of them have gotten to the commissioners. I haven't, to my knowledge, we haven't received anything negative. As far as providing burden to public service, this has been a long ongoing situation in Puna, and the roads are private and we don't get any public service, period, and we haven't gotten it out there for my entire life. So that just doesn't make sense. It's not like the county's going to come around and do that anytime soon. I don't think. I think we got bigger issues outside of these areas. I think that's important. Now, to say this doesn't work in a way is this is exactly what a special permit is for. It's unique. It's unusual. It provides a service to the community. The impact is small, the impact is defined, and I would say the impact would have a much than it would have any type of negative. Again, if we were here looking for a convenience store in this location, wouldn't be the spot. But to provide actual healing and care in our community care, I think is needed and necessary prior to COVID. Now we're living in a different world. Now we're living in COVID, where businesses are just being in a single blow, done. How do we create resiliency? How do we create sustainability here on the island, in our community? Well, this is one of those ways. Somebody can actually live on their property and provide community care. I would venture to say that this would be a really good thing, and I really hope that commissioners can see that and feel that. And what I do beg here, if the commissioner is going to go in a way to not support this, I would beg for a continuance, especially being this is the first hearing during a WebEx. Ideally, though, we'd avoid that. Put some good conditions together to make it right, and support these people. Support this family in our community, on our island. I would like to pass it over to Mrs. Imagiri for her to share. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Zendo. I just thought I would, I just wanted to chime in on some of the things that were mentioned so far before I go into our story. And one of them is regarding the condition of the road. Yeah, it's not great, but a lot of the roads in Orchid Land are even worse. And we received, since we purchased the property, we've been receiving the newsletters from the community association, and that stretch of road on Elima is actually on their plan to fix up. So the community association is already planning to improve that segment of road. Okay, let me see. So again, my name is Deirdre Imahire. My husband, Dr. Benjamin, and I own and operate Back to Basics Chiropractic. And we run Kokua Chiropractic Clinic with the help of our receptionist biller. Our receptionist biller and my husband are at the office in KL right now. Both of our clinics will be running simultaneously in the new application be approved. Back to Basics Chiropractic is our for-profit clinic. It's been serving patients in East Hawaii for almost 4 years, either at the Maku'u Farmers Market, where we first started, or at our office in the KL Urgent Care. Kokua Chiropractic Clinic is a nonprofit clinic we set up offering low-cost care to those on quest with a preference for Hawaiian locals. It has been in operation for a year. Our mission with both clinics is to be of service to our community by offering affordable, quality chiropractic care. So why do we want to have a home-based office in Orchid Land? One reason is to increase access to care for Lower Puna. As mentioned in at least one of the patient letters of support submitted to the commission, we have many patients that live in communities in Lower Puna. Many of these preferred to see us at the Maku'u Farmers Market, and some were unable to continue seeing us when we stopped working there last summer and moved all our operations to our KL office to facilitate insurance billing. We need a lot of computers and staff for that. Due to construction and occasional traffic accidents on Highway 130, there have been multiple occasions when patients have gotten stuck between Hawaii Park and have had to cancel their appointments. Even just 10 minutes less in travel time can make a big difference for a patient in acute pain. The other benefit of us being in Orchid Land is simply to a healthcare professional. Dr. Benjamin's training as a doctor of chiropractic includes screening patients for more serious conditions that need referral to primary care physicians or even to the ER. Seeing a chiropractor first can also save people with musculoskeletal issues a trip to the ER, which is one of the reasons why, as essential healthcare providers, chiropractors have been allowed to stay open during the pandemic. Lots of our patients don't use medical doctors, either because of a lack of access, lack of insurance coverage, or trust issues. As such, Dr. Benjamin plays a valuable role in helping to catch conditions that may otherwise go ignored, such as high blood pressure or an unnoticed fever during a time when catching early cases of COVID-19 is a particular concern for our community. Sometimes Dr. Benjamin even catches something missed by a patient's primary care physician. One time, one of our patients came into the office complaining of pain in his calf, shortly after making a visit to his primary care physician. The PCP told him that he had a muscle strain and had prescribed the patient muscle relaxer. Dr. Benjamin examined the patient and did an orthopedic test for blood clot. The test indicated the patient might have a clot, so he sent the man to the ER and asked that he follow up with our office once he knew what the result was. The man called us back 5 hours later to inform us that he did indeed have a blood clot or deep vein thrombosis and was now on blood thinners to prevent the clot from lodging in his lungs and killing him. Personally, we would like to have our clinic close to our future home to make things a little easier for our family and to save money. We found out last year that our oldest son, who's 10, has some learning disabilities. He needs a lot more parental help completing his schoolwork than most children his age. We also have a 7-year-old, and I'm pregnant with our surprise child, number 3, due in November. Currently, we have no one to cover our receptionist should she or her children become ill. If we had a home-based office, our boys could be at home a few yards away, and I'd be able to bring the baby to the office to fill in as needed. With his commute time essentially non-existent, Dr. Benjamin would also be able to help more with the children. Financially speaking, the mortgage on this new office will be about 1/3 of what we are paying for our smaller clinic in KL Town. Although we would like to be able to keep both offices and potentially hire an associate to expand our hours and access, as the current demand of our services currently exceeds our availability. Should anything more serious happen with COVID-19, our plan would be to close our KO urgent care office and save significantly on our overhead expenses. If these reasons aren't enough to help you approve our application, I'd like to share one additional consideration which Zendo alluded to, the fact that we have applied for a special use permit. When we purchased our current home in HPP, both our realtor and loan officers suggested that we could run our clinic out of the permitted ohana connected to our home without any concerns. Several people we know run businesses in the park and in orchid land that are not permitted in agricultural zones, such as counselors, hairdressers, massage therapists, acupuncturists, and even another doctor of chiropractic. Following the laws and paying our taxes has always been important to us. It's part of how we show respect to Hawaii. As such, please consider that we are humbly asking permission in advance to operate our business in orchid land, when many people's opinion is that engaging in this process is an unnecessary and costly hassle. I'm happy to answer any questions the commissioners or others may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The applicant, have you read that the director's denial recommendation, and have anything else to say about that?
Certainly don't agree with it. I'd be happy to see some conditions on there. I think this is one of those times that is, you know, as a special permit, special people. I know as a commission, when I sat on there, these were the applications that I went home on when I was able to do some heavy lifting that I felt really good about. Happy to answer any questions and allow the conversation to go, and depending on how it's going, would love to chime back in to respond. Deidre, you had
Yes, I believe the chair asked if we had any comments regarding the denial, and I did. I just wanted to share that before we even involved Zendo, we spent about a year looking for the right property. We knew that we wanted to live on the same property, and we did look in that Orchid Land Drive area. We even looked up farther from there because we didn't know exactly where that was, but we guessed that was the area that we would have the most success in getting permission to have a business. And what was for sale near there was way out of our price range. We also took a look at the areas that had been designated in Hawaiian Paradise Park, and none of those things were for sale. I think if you wanted to purchase them, you needed to purchase like several acre block to do some huge development with, and that's simply not what, I mean, we're not developers. So we did spend a lot of time looking and thinking at what would be the right place, and that's part of the reason why this lot is on Ilima Drive. We thought about access to the highway. We thought about what else is going on there. We thought about the fact that there's a very popular safety check place down at the corner of Ilima and Highway 130. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Clarkson, you have a question?
Yes, my question is not for the applicant, however, it's for planning staff. And it relates to, if they could just explain the difference between home businesses and non-home businesses. Explain how the second farm dwelling permit application process would come into play if this application were approved. But most importantly, and I know we're going to cover this on the next item of the agenda, explain the difference between this application and the application for a special permit for a church in Hawaiian Paradise Park. You seem to have very parallel issues, but the opposite conclusion was reached in those cases. I don't care who does the explaining, but I'm just curious about all of these issues.
Well, I can jump in first, and perhaps Michael or Jeff Darrow want to jump in on some of the other questions. But the first question you had, Commissioner Clarkson, was to distinguish between a home occupation and something that is not a home occupation, a commercial business. Did I hear that correct?
What differentiates a home occupation, which my understanding is allowed in lots of situations that are not commercially zoned, versus a commercial operation,
Right.
commercial property?
Both of the home occupation and the present application, which is a non-home occupation, commercial or business, they require special permits, and they are reviewed somewhat differently, though, because they are different sections of the zoning code. There are different limitations on home occupations as far as the limitations on the occupants, the number of occupants. And the home occupation, I don't know if it was considered by the applicants, but that would have been another path to go down. Sorry, I see Zendo's hand. Do we want to stop this discussion and have a question?
Clarkson, is that satisfactory to you before we move on to Zendo?
Well, I'd just like to cover all of my issues here before Zendo comments on it.
Okay.
Thank you, just for the explanation of the difference between home occupation and a regular commercial occupation. But I wanted to also find out how the application process for second farm dwelling and would tie in here, and also, more importantly of all, is what's the difference between locating this business outside of the village commercial area versus locating a 4,000 square foot church outside a community village area?
Commissioner Clarkson, I can answer that question. For the special permit that's for the church, first of all, the church is not a commercial business. That's the big difference. Second, churches are permitted uses identified in HPP, and there are a number of those established through special permit. Oh, shit. Sorry, the mic was in the wrong spot. So if you couldn't hear me, that the church is not a commercial business, and so that's the big difference right there. The church is a gathering place for congregates to to pursue faith-based activities, and is not intended to be a commercial activity.
Yeah, my understanding after reviewing the Puna Community Development Plan is, though, that community facilities, and I assume that churches would be included, were also proposed to be concentrated in these village centers. Am I wrong there?
I'm not sure. Maybe Jeff can answer that.
The special permit allows for these types of public community facilities to be located where they're needed in the community. So there's specific language in the general plan, there's specific language in the criteria for the approval of permit, as well as in the community development plans. But you're going to find facilities such as churches and schools are the ones that we see most common that come in that need to be located in particular areas in the community. They can't just be located somewhere far away from where a school. They seem to focus on, those seem to be the main ones. When it comes to the difference, you would ask the difference between this and the church is that's the issue, is that this is more of a community facility. And people may argue, well, a massage clinic is a community facility, or a gas station is a community facility, or a store is a community facility. But again, there's this difference between the commercial nature and the public facility nature of a particular use. This one, as you know, we're getting into the discussion of home occupation. A home occupation is a step down. It's a lower type of impact on an area. It's meant to be something that's operated so that the community does not know it's even there. So that if someone drives by, they don't know that's a business. And so again, there could be discussion on that, but it is much more limited as far as the allowance. I think the struggle on this one was, and Michael can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're having an applicant come in wanting to build a house that is going to have to be built to commercial standards for a commercial structure with the intention to live in there until they build their dwelling. It just, I mean, I understand and we appreciate that they are doing it in a way that is not illegal. It's the correct process, but we are struggling with a number of factors in this. Number one, again, the main one is general plan and CDP. Number two is this the appropriate location for this? We looked at this and we struggled with that. Is this a precedent we want to set? Is this something that if we approve that we're going to have to think, oh my gosh, now everybody's going to think that they can come in. And again, this isn't the primary factor, but it is a consideration that when we approve permits, there's always this consideration that it's not just for one person. The next person coming in will use that as a means of pressure for approval. You did it for them, why aren't you doing it for me? And then again, you're in the agricultural district, and understandably, this area is not really known for its agricultural potential, but there is laws in place. When you build two dwellings, you have to follow a pattern. The special permit can take care of some of that. There's just a number of factors with this application, and this is why, but our main factor is when we look at these permits, is this the appropriate location set up by the general plan and the community development plan? Where the community development plan really was focusing on not wanting to allow all these special permits being located anywhere. They wanted to focus these in areas that were identified mainly in the general plan and then more specifically in the community development plan.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Any other questions from the, or there was Zendo had something to say?
Yeah, it might be helpful if some dialogue maybe in between this, so that'd be great. So the one of the challenge that came up with the home occupation, where this kind of falls underneath. It's the sequencing of permits. So in order for them to be able to have a separate area, commercial space to operate, which is important for massage and chiropractic work, it needs to be a separate space. They wouldn't be allowed to get a permit for the second home. Thus, we're coming in now asking for permission. The other way that would probably occur is somebody would apply for a additional farm dwelling, but they'd have to be doing ag, and Orchid Land is in a very good place to do ag. So this, and under most circumstances, I think this would fall underneath a home use occupation, but with the way the rules are, it doesn't really work. This situation that we've gone over many times about the applicants building the home, living in it, and then building their primary home and converting the front house to commercial, and the fact that they have to make sure it's up to code, and that's a problem, is honestly baffling to me. We've gone back and forth on this. The applicant is fully aware that they're taking the responsibility. If the code changes in 2 years, they'll have to make changes to it. We have letters of response that we're completely aware. And to say that it isn't a good idea for that reason is honestly it's a little overreaching in that regard. We could talk community development plan, etc. And I don't think this CP helps us very much, and I think it needs some work. But let's talk about precedent for a moment. When I sat on the commission, and Commissioner Au sat on the commission, we approved things in Puna on a case-by-case basis, and when they were rarely supported for these very reasons. You look down the street from here, there's a car service there on the corner of this street. They do safety checks, servicing. Down HPP, there's convenience store. There's other car servicing places. Ainaloa Boulevard had a convenience store approved there. So if you want to talk precedence already been set. I think it comes down to a special permit on a case-by-case basis. Does this make sense? Then you look at a church. Church isn't necessarily defined as commercial, but it does generate a lot of activity. Where do you draw the line between community service for health and the church? I know there is a line drawn there, but it's slightly gray. This would be a different if this was a store selling products, selling shirts. I don't think this is going to be a place that's going to have a huge signage and we're going to draw people in from the highway. These people come, their clients come on a, by appointment. So it's very, 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 very similar to home use, home occupation. It's just how do you get that separation to have, the sequencing of the permits. That's all. Thank you.
Much. Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? I don't hear anything.
Commissioner Au and Jeff Darrow. I guess I can see different ones than you can, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
But Commissioner Au and Jeff.
Commissioner Au, and then after Commissioner Au, Commissioner Aguinaldo after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay, now okay.
Okay, I'll try and talk slow. Joe, maybe your connection is not that good.
Dean, can you speak up a bit? You're a little quiet.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so the question I have is, I noticed that there's only 2 testimonies for this applicant, and there were 2 positive testimony, or 6. Okay, maybe I gotta look through my notes a little bit better. Was there any comments from the Orchid Land Neighborhood Association?
I can speak to that. There were not. No.
So Mr. Kern or Miss Imigiri, did you guys approach the neighborhood association, or have they made any comments, or is there any conversation or discussion with the association?
On our end, there hasn't been any comments. We know the road's getting improved. Orchid Land Association is kind of split between 2 factions with a lot of issues in there. Get really challenging. Deidre, do you want to add to that?
When we were first in the process of buying this lot, we did contact the Orcaline Community Association. I'm not sure which one we spoke to, but we spoke to a man who goes by the name of Mongo, and he seemed he was like, good luck, you know. It wasn't a real formal approaching the association, but we actually have patients that sit on the association, so.
Mr. Chair, could I do a follow-up question as well?
Go ahead, Mr. Al.
So, has there been any communication with any association around the area?
I don't know if maybe the applicant should speak to that.
Yeah, I have to follow up. I'm not sure. I know, like I say, I know Deidre talked to them. I'd have to follow up to see if we did the direct response to them.
Okay, because I understand that there's HPP association, there's other associations around the area, so I just was wondering if they chimed in to your application or not.
Thank you, Mr. Al. Anything else, Mr. Al? Okay, Commissioner Aguinaldo.
Al's question. Oh. Can you guys hear me now? So to answer Ding Al's question, I have a close friend that lives in Ortiland, Auli'i Street. The problem they're having is like HPP. There's controversy on their boards. Orkiland has I'm the association, and another one says I'm the association. So there's a lot of people claiming that they're the association board. So it's uncertain for the applicant and the applicant's representative. And for me is that I just look at, I made the square footage. The building is small enough, 576 square feet. Okay, it's small. They want to make a treatment room that is 100 square feet. And it's, to me, it's a small structure. I know I looked at when Jeff was talking about, and the applicant's representative, look under occupation. And I Googled it, right? I wanted to know more about it. And so, which I did. And it says a home occupation is a gainful occupation or profession conducted by persons residing on the premises which they will build a home and conducted entirely within the dwelling or its accessory building. So this could it be considered as an accessory building? And I see they're wanting in within per day a minimum of, if I understand this correctly, 15 to 20 applicants. And when we talk about road, I'm familiar. Cannot fool me. I'm familiar with the area as well. It's paved, but patch paved.
Sorry, I just have to chime in. Is there a question? Because this is time for commissioner questions. We'll have discussion once a motion is made.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson.
Yes, I would like to ask the applicant or their representative whether they would be willing to operate without any signage whatsoever, since all of your applications are going to be from continuing patients by appointment only. Would you be willing to business without a sign out front?
I will let Deirdre speak to that. I would say, yeah, let's. Mrs. Deirdre, are you there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that my husband and I have really given much thought to signage. I think it'd be nice if we could have a sign, but if that was the hang up, I don't think that we would need one. You're absolutely right. Our patients are gonna know it's us. Some of our patients live within walking distance. We'll tell them it's the one with the new fence and then whatever kind of tree out front, and that's fine. So we can certainly be flexible if that's what the commission wants.
Thank you. Thank
Chime
you. Any
in on
other
my-
questions?
Can I just add a 2 cents to that? Perhaps a condition where the sign was significantly smaller, because my only concern is that just somebody finding the place to avoid them having to drive further up the street and turn around. So it's the signage from a advertisement standpoint. It would just be, hey, you're at the right place, pull in. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Aguinaldo? You have to unmute. Mr. Aguinaldo, you have to unmute.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just have a question for the applicant and the applicant representative to chime in with one of our commissioners, Joel, is yes, relating to the sign. If they're willing not to put a sign, but their physical address, and based on the drawing, on the schematic drawing, what their future plan is, instead of making the driveway so upfront, would it be possible turning that driveway along the future driveway so there's one entrance and put, you know, some kind of barrier landscaping in the front? So kind of keep it more on the ag residential feel on that, and put a sign on the little structure that will also help designate if they're in the right place, because I'm assuming you will have to put a physical address for in front of your property just for mail or for emergency purposes.
Go ahead, Mr. Madre.
Yeah, certainly open to having small signage on the fence, whether that says chiropractor or it says back to basics chiropractic, or if it just says our address. With regards to the driveway, the reason that we have big driveway like that is because the fire department wanted to be able to bring a truck in. Even though they agree that by the time they get there, the house will be burned down, they still want a big driveway. So that's why we have the big driveway for the business. And then on the side is a driveway for the private residents. And there's it's done in a way in terms of the way the land is cleared so that it's separate. So we don't have patients accidentally driving down towards our house. They're gonna know that they're gonna see, okay, this is the way in, the building is right there, and very obvious where they're supposed to go.
Thank you very much.
And to that note, Commissioner Aguinaldo, potentially the landscaping buffer. I see what you're getting at, to have that, that separation. A landscaping, I think, would be very acceptable. We've done a lot of due diligence as far as trying to make sure that we're gonna be able to meet code. Thus, the drive-through situation, and fire is always tricky. But landscaping, that could be a good solution. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Plogo?
More a comment than a, can you hear me? More a comment than a question. I don't think they should be put in the position of not putting up a sign. They're not going to put up the golden arches or anything like that. So, but a sign would be important for ambulances, fire, emergency family coming for some reason. I don't see the operation as something that's going to have Las Vegas lights or anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plogo. Any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if everybody got, but we did receive, there was 6 testimonies, and I know 4, I think, made it on time and 2 didn't. They were all in support.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Clarkson?
Yes, I'd like to go back to the signage issue a bit, and the only reason I'm concentrating on this is the difference between a home business and a public commercial business. Are there rules for signage for home businesses? Are they allowed to post a signage that says, you know, so-and-so psychotherapy or so-and-so acupuncture?
I would probably have to defer to Jeff Darrow. I don't think there are signage requirements specifically stated in for home occupation versus this type of permit application. I mean, the sign code, of course, would have to be followed, which is Chapter 3 of the county code, if it was a sign. But as far as distinguishing home occupation, I don't think it specifically speaks to that.
It's, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. I think it does speak to it. So we need to look at the home occupation section. It's 25.4.7, I believe. Oh no, that's B and B. It's right in that area right there. And I think it purposely limited no signage. And the reason again is so that people did not know that there was a business. With that being said, this is not following your typical home occupation process, which is set up to be in residential zones, and they come in for a home occupation declaration. This is a special permit that has flexibility on conditions. There have been special permits that come in the past. I mean, I'm sorry, if this was a special permit for a home occupation, it can be flexible, including signage. It can be allowed one sign or a size limit on it or whatever it is. My recommendation is going forward that if the commission is actually entertaining this direction, this permit was not for that request. So, and it would be a difficult thing to try to take this request and turn it into something else. There may be, the applicants may disagree with that, but there are distinct differences between the two requests. So it might be a better thing that if the commission feels more comfortable with that, that there be a readjustment on the permit application coming in. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darrow. Any other questions?
Commissioner?
Alex is asking.
Go ahead, Alex.
Section 25.4.13, home occupation, B2 of the Hawaii County Code, no exterior signs, symbols, displays, or advertisements relating to the home occupation shall be displayed, nor shall any interior signs be visible from the public view.
Thank you. Mr. Aguinaldo?
Oh, can you guys hear me? Mr. Commissioner, I have, again, chiming back to the applicant and the applicant representative. That's the reason why I was indicating if they're willing to, if the building was sideways, because like what county staff Alex indicated about the signage is visible for people. If they enter your property, the only visibility they will see is by entering your driveway and looking to make sure. And it's going to be the applicant's responsibility, if they don't want it to drive to their home, put a gate there, you know. So there's many means of ways of separating, you know, what you guys are trying to achieve. But to please fire, that is correct. You have to have means of access for the fire truck and ambulance in and out. You have a wide enough property. It's actually over 232 feet, point 32 is enough to, adjust your buildings the other way. Instead of going at an angle, it's if you go the other way. It's just a thought.
Thank you. Who I get now? Ms. Majida?
Yeah, we already have gates in place for the two required fire entrances for the business side and the gate for the private driveway. So that is, the whole thing is fenced right now. The angle of the building is actually a little bit less angled than what's on the drawing. It's slightly tilted more, so actually would be fine to put a sign on the building. I think that's a fine recommendation if that's what the council wants. If they prefer from the fence, putting small sign on the fence to putting small sign on the building so that people actually have to drive in past the landscaping, which I definitely want to have. And once they're in the driveway, which is, if they've got the wrong business, a nice way to turn around, they can see on the building. That's totally fine.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, I think there's obviously some flexibility. I don't think this completely falls under the home OC, and that's why it's a special permit, to give that flexibility to refine this down so it's the minimal impact, the positive impact that it will bring and does bring. So I think some conditions in that regard could certainly help mitigate any of those concerns. Maybe smaller signage than what's allowed in Chapter 3, something in that regard. But I think, as you can tell, the applicant's very reasonable.
I yield.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the commission? Any further discussion? Did the commissioner were able to read the testimonies, the public testimonies? Mr. Clarkson, did you have any question?
So we're going to go into discussion of this prior to a motion, or do we wait to discuss when there's a motion for action?
Hi, this is
Well,
Melissa. Could each commissioner verbally confirm that they've read the testimony, please? Public testimony?
I did.
Yes.
I did not.
Yes, I did. I found it on my phone.
Okay. Do we need to take a recess then for Mr. Replogo to read the testimony then? So that we can move on to that.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes recess to allow Commissioner Plogo to read the public testimony. Thank you very much.
I can't turn off your guys the live feed, so if you want to turn off your camera or just don't do anything. Thanks. Tom. Tom.
Go ahead, Mr. Darrow.
Chairman Raffapi, were you able to adjust your screen to be able to see everybody in tiles?
I adjust, and this is the best my iPad can do.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was hoping that maybe you had that option for the tiles. But what we'll try to do going forward is maybe, because you may not be able to see everybody, if it's clear that you cannot, maybe that person can just say, I have a question or something. Or one of us can chime in and say, Commissioner so-and-so has a question.
Sounds good.
There's
Appreciate
also
it.
that raise hand button that you can click to raise your hand. That's kind of worked for us on the water board.
Where is that at, Zendo?
When you see your name, where you know up on the right side on mine, you can mute and do your screen and whatnot. Like I just pressed it. Right now, my hand's raised. You see that, Chairman?
I can't see it.
Doesn't highlight your box really.
I see it. It's if you have the participant list up, it will show.
Oh, you have.
Now it's down. This is me raising my hand.
It does take up space on your screen, so if you're a small screen, but yeah, you can, if you click participants, you can see the list of everybody and whose mics are muted, and then you'll see Zendo's hand raised. I don't know if your screen's big enough, Mr. Rafferty.
It's big, but I'm very low tech guy. I'm hesitant to touch anything here. I don't want to zap me out of the conference.
Just identify yourself and then.
Thank you. Dean, are you on?
Yes, I am on, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Windward Planning Commission reconvene. Mr. Aplogo, do you have a chance to read public testimonies?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions before we get into motion for action? Okay, no questions at this time. Commissioners, I need a motion for action.
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Clarkson, go ahead.
Yes, the application for special permit docket number 19-000212 be approved, subject to the following conditions. One, that there be a single driveway for access to and from the lot. That the parking area be screened from Ulima Street by extensive landscaping. And 3, that no signage be erected other than owners and the street address. And 4, that all, I guess, patients or customers, depending on the treatment, be by appointment only.
Hi, sorry, Malia Hall chiming in. Those are conditions, but we need reasons for approval. So if you're going against the recommendation of the director, you need to state the reasons.
Yes, my reason is that I'm hearing somebody's phone. Okay.
I think yours is the only one muted, Joe. I mean, unmuted.
Well, okay, I don't know. I heard somebody's phone. My basic reason is that I see this kind of business as far closer to being a home occupation than other kinds of commercial activities that involve advertising their presence to people passing by on the road and having a very public parking lot and extensive access from highways. So that's the reason why I do it. I understand the concern over compliance with the community development plan and the general plan, but because of the very low-key nature of this kind of business, I think it qualifies personally to be permitted under the special permit process to the kinds of conditions that would make it extremely unobtrusive and not obvious that it's a commercial facility. Those are my reasons.
I second that, Mr. Chair.
Special permit docket number 19-000212 be approved based on the reasons that Mr. Clarkson stated.
Mr. Chair, I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Au. At this time, is there any discussion on this?
Chair Rafferty, we have some hands being raised by Jeff Darrow and the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Darrow, go ahead.
Just going forward, so we do have the reasons. We have some conditions that are being proposed. I know that the applicant may have a concern regarding some of those conditions. One of them may be the single driveway access. There might be a requirement by fire to have possibly two, I'm not sure, but it might be good to just going forward to see if those are actually able to be complied with. And it might be good, if you're okay with Commissioner Clarkson, if staff could possibly ask that other conditions may be added that are normal conditions of approval that we add in. Usually there's a time condition. There's applicability to all county, state, federal laws, rules, codes, those kind of things, and maybe any other, so that the conditions of approval are more complete. That's just a thought going forward. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree with that. There's usually a whole list of conditions that go with any approval in addition to these specific ones that I brought up. As far as the compliance with fire department regulations, it can be checked out, but I'm pretty sure that if the turning radiuses at the T off of the driveway back to the rear house are adequate, that and there's a turnaround at the building. I don't even think there'll have to be a turnaround at the building. I think the T off of the main driveway back to the final dwelling would be sufficient, but this is just based on my knowledge of a recent building permit application and fire department requirements on my property. So that's just my 2 cents.
Commissioner Al.
Commissioner, go ahead.
So to be fair to the applicant, what Mr. Darrow was saying is that every time a special permit is approved, there's a list of conditions. And to be fair to the applicant should be able to review those conditions rather than us just saying, just approving this application. So my request to Commissioner Clarkson is somehow let's give the applicant a chance to see the proposed conditions rather than just approving it outright. Maybe can we get some guidance from Malia on this? Or I could be wrong.
Malia?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dean.
So Malia, I had a question that we're potentially gonna approve this special permit, and we usually have a set of conditions. So should it be fair for the applicant to review the whole criteria and the list of these conditions rather than me and Commissioner Clarkson approving the motion with the conditions? I mean, how would you advise us to move forward? Because Jeff kind of hit it right on the nail. Moving forward, we need to set conditions.
I think that if you guys are leaning towards, well, the motion on the floor is an approval. If the motion is successful, then yes, I think that we should continue the meeting, this agenda item, to the next hearing, so that the staff can prepare conditions, the applicant can review those conditions, and then we can have that discussion at the next commission meeting when the findings of fact and are also revised to show a approval and not a denial, and then we can go over those as a commission and with the applicant.
A question, Malia. So with that, do we modify? Do we amend the motion on the floor for continuance, or we can go ahead and approve it with conditions that will be stated to them, or they'll review the conditions we'll provide to them?
Yeah, I think that would be better to continue for first before approval, just so that we can review the conditions and that the applicant's okay with the conditions. And then that way everybody's on the same page. Then approve without conditions, and then it can get a little messy. But Joe has his hand up, so you can go to him and see what he would like to do with his motion.
Thank you, Malia. Mr. Clarkson?
Yes, I'm just looking at the proposed motions that were sent to us prior to this meeting. And for this application, there was to be a two-step process: approval, and then if the motion to approve passes, a move that the adoption of written findings of fact, conclusions of law, decision and order with conditions of approval be continued to the next scheduled meeting. So I don't think that we should go through all the work of coming up with a set of conditions before we have a passed motion for approval. The motion for approval has to happen before anybody goes to any work of putting the conditions on the approval, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. Any other comment, Malia?
No comment at this time. The commission is free to move forward as it sees fit.
Rafa P. Commissioner Rep Logo is raising his hand.
Mr. Uplogo, go ahead.
I was raising my hand because Miss Imajiri has been raising her hand for a while, and she might have something to add to this.
Well, I can't speak to how you guys proceed, but I would appreciate the approval and continuance to so we can just double check with the fire department about that driveway. I wish my husband was on the call because he's the one that spoke to them directly. I believe they were aware of the location and the width of the street in terms of the turning radius, and they did specify they wanted a 20-foot wide U-shaped driveway for their fire truck. So you know, if we continue to another meeting, we could probably even get, you know, in writing and submit that to the commissioner so they can see exactly what the guidelines we've been given by the fire department regarding the driveway, so we can be in compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Majid. Any other further discussion on the board, the commission? All right. There's no further discussion. Staff, would you please do the roll call vote?
Yes, I want to make sure, I see a hand raised. I'm sorry, I don't want to jump. I see Commissioner Replogle.
I want to make sure I know what I'm voting for.
Okay. I'm going to verify that as well. Commissioner Clarkson has moved, and let me make sure that I'm confirming that I've heard this right, that you want to approve the application with future conditions to be added. Is that correct?
That's correct. With the future conditions to be added after a continuance to add those conditions, but my motion for approval does include conditions that would affect my vote for approval. So even though there will be a lot of conditions that are, I don't want to say pro forma standard conditions having to do with time limits and other issues that would go with any special permit approval, I do want to make sure that conditions about the driveway, and I'll be willing to reconsider that further, but as of now, that there be a single driveway, that the parking area be screened from the street, and that there be no signage other than the location and the names of the owners as typical for a single-family residence, and that all the customers, clients be come to the property by appointment only. Those were the 4 conditions that I see as being important for my motion and my vote for approval of the special permit. And the reason for those conditions, as our council has asked for, is to make sure that even though this is not a permit for a home occupation, that it be possible to having the appearance of a home occupation under the permit.
Commissioner Au is raising his hand.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe what we need to do, sorry, can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, so Malia, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we need to do is we need to, number one, approve the special permit. That's the first thing we need to do. Second thing we need to do is we need to make a second motion to add conditions to the finding facts conclusion of law. Is that correct, Malia? Is that what we need to do?
Yes, that's correct. But I think the one thing that is giving me pause is the fact that Commissioner Clarkson is saying his approval is based on these conditions. And if his conditions are contrary to the fire code, then we have an issue, right? So I think that if instead these conditions are worded to where, you know, instead of they have to have this one driveway and all that kind of stuff, I think it needs to be more to the language of like it needs to if it's consistent, you know, one driveway if it's consistent with the fire code. I think that would be more acceptable. If not, we could have a, you know, you guys want these 4 conditions and then we add a couple more conditions next week and next month, and it could be a little messy. So yes, you guys can do it that way. Procedurally, you can approve the permit now and then adopt conditions later, but your guys are now approving with conditions and then adding conditions. I don't know, I think you guys gotta choose one. You either approve the permit as is and then add conditions next month, or continue to add the conditions and then approve next month. So those I think are the cleaner options.
Mr. Au.
What I recommend, Commissioner Clarkson, is maybe we just approve a motion to approve a special permit and state your reasons. And then we make another motion, somebody on the board, on the commission make another motion, and we'll let the applicant and the planning department hash out the conditions. And then when it gets brought to us at the next meeting, if we choose to, Commissioner Clarkson, we can amend certain conditions. I think it might be cleaner that way. And I did see Director Yee raise his hand, and Malia, can you chime in?
Let me just speak to that, please, as the person who made the motion. I'm perfectly okay with that. I just wanted to make sure staff, we're going to have to approve, if this motion to approve the permit passes at a subsequent meeting, we're going to have to approve the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision in order, so that and that would be at a later meeting. We can always hash out the whether or not the conditions that are presented to us at that time are sufficient for our continued approval. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood when those findings of fact and conclusions of law and the decision was written up, that these were important to me, and if they were not in those findings, that I would be unlikely to approve them. So I'm willing to let it slide until the next meeting or whatever meeting we consider it, and just go for a straight up down vote now. But please be aware that my only motivation for moving for approval is based on conditions that make this look like a home occupation.
Thank you. Mr. Kern, you have anything to contribute to the commission discussion?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Procedurally wise, I think we're, either way is fine. I think the applicant is agreeable with those core conditions, with the only exception of just making sure that we can meet fire. That's the, fire code. I think that's critical. So if we move forward with the up or down vote now to work out the conditions prior to the next meeting, I think as long as we all work on that in good faith, based on what's laid out there, and those four that Commissioner Clarkson brought forth are in there with the other more standard housekeeping conditions, I think that we'd all be in agreement with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Imajiri.
Thank you. And any other further discussion before we move into vote?
Director Yi has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. E, go ahead.
Can you hear me? So, yes, you could go ahead and vote for approval, and we can monkey with the conditions by next month. But I prefer that we just go for a continuance. Let's work on the conditions and bring it back next month. That would be more acceptable to me, given that this was a unfavorable on my part. I'd like the time to be able to make sure we're sitting down with staff to craft all those conditions and not try to make it all up on the fly. So you all see what they are, the applicant sees what they are, and we come in with an agreement, hopefully at the next meeting, that you can then approve the permit. It is based on good faith, and given this conversation, I would proceed with that good faith to do so. That's my recommendation. Jeff, I see Jeff's hand up.
Jeff, go ahead.
Just a thought. I know a concern of Commissioner Clarkson is that if we come back with vote again for a final findings. My understanding, and Malia can chime in on this, is we prepared a findings of fact for the denial recommendation with the understanding that we may end up going to some sort of legal proceeding. In cases like this in the past, where our recommendation, we just come back with the commission with the revised background and recommendation. And it's just like any other special permit that we do. So the commission gets the revised background and recommendation, and at the next meeting, they vote on it. If they want to adjust conditions in there, we can on the floor, we can adjust it. But once that's done, it's done and approved. Just a thought. My thought is that we don't need to be thinking about a findings of fact, conclusions of law, decisions and order versus our simple background and recommendation approval.
I'm willing to withdraw my motion on the request of the director if the applicants are willing to continue and take this matter up after consulting with the planning department.
Go ahead, Mr. Kern.
Thank you. Yeah, personally, I feel like there's a general meetings of the mind here to what we're trying to work with. So I'm okay with doing that and coming back with those conditions hashed out, as long as it stays within the the context that we all spoke about. I think I personally don't see a problem with that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oplogo, do you have your hands up?
Yes, I Agree with, yes, I agree. Am I on mute?
Yes. Now you're muted.
Okay, I agree with what Mr. Darrow said. We should, that's simple, it's clean. We're all on the same page. And worst case scenario, the Imagiris could hang a skeleton in their driveway.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Clarkson, would you want to amend your motion?
I think at this point, from what I've gathered, I am just withdrawing my motion, and or do we need a motion for continuance?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
I move to continue the hearing of this application until a subsequent meeting after which time the applicant and the planning department have been able to work on a recommendation and proposed conditions.
It's been moved. Any second?
Seconded by Gilbert, you're muted.
Second.
I second Commissioner Aguinaldo.
All right, it's been moved and moved by Mr. Clarkson, seconded by Mr. Aguinaldo, that we put this into continuance until such time when the applicant and the planning department can work out the conditions. Any further discussion? All right, at this time, get the staff, please, to the roll call vote.
Yes, I'll take the roll call vote for the move to continue or defer the application. Commissioner Clarkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Aguinaldo?
Aye.
Commissioner Au?
Aye.
Commissioner Commissioner Rapogel?
Aye.
And Chair Rathby?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. You will be notified of the commission's decision, right?
Mr. Chair, can I just say thank you all so much for your thoughtful consideration, the dialogue, the time, challenging time, and I just wishing you all the very best, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kern and Mrs. Imajire. All right, we'll take a 10 minutes break while we set up the next applicant, and so we'll reconvene back here 10 minutes from now. That'll be it.
I'm sorry, Jeff Darrow is raising his hand.
Oh, Mr. Darrow, go ahead.
Sorry, Chairman Rafapi. My understanding is that Commissioner Aguinaldo may need to leave us during the next application. Is that correct? You're on mute, sorry. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
There you
for
go.
about 15 minutes. I just need to pick up my daughter from school.
Okay, Malia may have to chime in. I'm not sure how that works. If it's during the actual hearing, I'm thinking that he may have to recuse on any vote. But we
Yes,
still will have.
I can have it on. I can listen, while I have my phone, and I got my wireless Bluetooth. I can listen to what is being discussed, and if I have any other further questions, I would just have to, chime in after. Because I'm on my cell phone, that's why. So it will work wherever I go.
If he is able to hear all the discussion and evidence, then he will be able to participate in the vote. If he gets disconnected and does not hear, then yes, he will have to recuse himself from this agenda item.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Great. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll reconvene here at 10:56.
Minutes.
Being discussed, but if I have any other questions, I will just have
Hey, Gilbert, can you hear me? Okay, I think it's not. He just left, so he's gone now.
Oh, no.
I can hear you.
He's gone again.
Alex.
Gilbert, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
We just wanted to make sure that you were still in the meeting. Sarah's taking the roll call. So we just want to make sure you're still present. Thank you.
Bob, can we test your microphone? Let's turn you on. I'm going to turn on your microphone. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, all. Thanks for working today.
You're welcome. So you sound okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great.
Better mute me.
Okay, you can probably mute and unmute yourself as well.
Here. We just want to make sure that you're still in the meeting. Sarah's taking the roll call. We just want to make sure you're still.
Commissioner Aguinaldo here.
I think we got everybody here. It's 10:56. Windward Planning Commission back in session. The next item on the agenda is number 2, applicant Lois Margaret Drake and Robert Peter Jacobson. Special permit number 2000213. Application for a special permit to allow the development of a church complex and accessory improvements on a 1-acre property situated in the State Land Use Agriculture District. The subject property is located at 15-1791 14th Avenue, about 1,000 feet southeast of the 14th Avenue Paradise Drive intersection, Hawaiian Paradise Park, KL, Puna, Hawaii, TMK 315048197. And the staff will do the presentation.
Aloha, commissioners and applicant. I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation. Okay, today we're going to be talking about special permit application SPP 20-213. This is for Lois Margaret Drake and Robert Jacobson as the applicant. Here's the location map. You can see the red kind of arrow shows the location. It's just within HPP, south of Hilo. The applicant's request. They're requesting to convert the existing single-family dwelling to accommodate a church facility. The uses include, but are not limited to, church services, community gatherings, an outreach center, fellowship events, and other community support services. The site would also host a commercial kitchen for meal preparation for the congregation and other events. And there's anticipated to be the construction of a larger chapel. There's somebody on here that is okay. The third applicant's on here, needs to be muted. Rochelle, can you take care of that, please? Okay. The third request is the construction of a chapel, approximately 40 feet by 100 feet, Can somebody please, Rochelle, she's not there. Tell her to delete or boot off the trans.
Elena, can you disconnect for now and call back?
Mute them. Okay, let's try this again. Everybody keep muted unless you're talking. The construction of a chapel approximately 40 feet by 100 feet that will be sized appropriately to accommodate an increased membership. Now this is a future use and requires, of course, funding and an increased congregation. Here's a map of the county zoning. As you can see, it is similar A1A throughout the entire area. So that's agricultural, 1 acre zoning, county zoning. The state land use is agriculture, and as you can see, the entire area is within the state land use agricultural district. The LUPAG is rural, and again, you can see the entire area is within the rural LUPAG designation. Here's an aerial photograph of the property. You can see that the existing structure, catchment, and unimproved driveway is pretty much all that's on the property. It has been slightly cleared, but there is some overgrowth. Directly across the street is one of the largest orchid growing facilities here on the island. This is a site plan. I apologize, I had to kind of turn it to fit it in there so everybody could see it. But you can see the main church, which is the existing structure. They have outlined where the driveway and parking stalls have gone, and included an area of the 2 ADA stalls. And then the location of the proposed chapel, if that is built in the future. You can see the location of septic tank and the water tank also. This is the existing structure. This is from Google Earth. So taken from the street, looking towards the property, into the property at the structure. This is standing at that same location, looking southeast along 14th Avenue. Again, take note of the large orchid growing facility located directly across the street. Looking northwest on 14th Ave, directly in front of the property. So you can see the road is unimproved, gravel, which is typical in this area. Here I kind of backed up just so you could see the entrance to the property and its proximity to the orchid growing operation across the street. At this time, the director is recommending to approve with the stated conditions, SPP-20-000213. Any questions? Joe?
Yeah, could you please go back to the site plan that was turned sideways and explain where the existing, well, can I just look at that one more time? Although I have it in my,
Can you see it?
I can see it, but Amia Street. Where is 14th?
I think that's an alternate, and the applicant may be able to address that. I think that's an alternate name for 14th Avenue.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. And The main church is just a conversion of the existing dwelling?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Maybe the applicant can address that. Is 14th Avenue and La Mia Street the same? Yeah, okay, yes.
Yes, it is.
No questions for the staff from the commission? All right. We have the applicant or applicant representative. Is that Mr. Jacobson?
Yes,
Okay.
good morning. Good
Hold on,
morning.
please. Hold on, please. I will need to swear you in. Can you please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may state your name, where you reside, and proceed with your presentation, please.
My name's Robert Jacobson. I live in Hawaiian Acres at 16-1672 Opeapea Road in Hawaiian Acres. I serve as I'm retired, and I also have a tea farm I grow tea on. And the reason I'm doing this application with Margaret, who's watching on YouTube, who's the owner of the property, is because I'm the treasurer. So that's my stake. I've been a Unitarian my whole life, and I met my wife in the Unitarian Church, and since I've been treasurer and president over the years, the job fell to me due to my understanding of zoning. But I want to just thank you all for your time and efforts on the Planning Commission. And any questions you might have, please let me know, and I'll do my very best to answer them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jacobson, did you receive the planning director's background report? And are you in agreement with the conditions of approval?
Yes, I'm in completely agreement. I have to say the Planning Commission requests, and it was all very reasonable. I did my best to work with them over the time, and I found it very easy, and I'm grateful for the staff there.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Jacobson? No questions. Did you receive any, did you read all the public testimonies? Did you receive any public testimony on this one?
I saw all the testimony that came in, but I only saw one from community Hawaiian activist, and I was not sure exactly how that, whether it was negative or positive. It was just an acknowledgement that the hearing was going on.
Did the commissioners were able to read all that the public testimonies?
Yes, I did. Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioners.
Yes.
Okay. Dean
from Clarkson.
Okay. Mr. Clarkson, okay.
Yes. Chair,
Dean.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Jacobson, I always ask this question, but did you talk to the Community Association, HPP, at all?
Well, I can tell you that we've been members of the Community Association as a church for about 7 years. We've had meetings of some of the local, again, there's a little bit of a
Okay, hold on a second. The applicant is frozen a little bit, so let's just give him a second to come back. I don't know, Robert, if you can hear me, we can't see you or hear you right now.
Also, I would just like to know if the commissioners can verbally confirm the public, when asked about public testimony.
Okay.
Instead of just waving, like go one by one and just say yes or no.
All right. Joe, did you get to read the public testimonies? Joe, did you get to read the public testimonies?
Yes, I did, but I lost everybody there for a few minutes, and I lost the last part of what Mr. Jacobson said.
Yes, he'll have to restate it because yeah, he froze out. Mr. Ao, did you get to read the public testimonies?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Oplogo, did you get to read public testimonies? Yes, you did. Hey, Mr. Aguinaldo, you're still on the phone. Did you get to read the public testimonies?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I did. So everybody, all the board, the commission members were able to read the public testimonies. Go ahead, Mr. Jacobson. Sorry for stopping you.
Again, I understand the complications of a meeting of this type, but yes, I have talked to a number of members of the association. They've actually there's an alternate group that has met regarding issues in Hawaiian Paradise Park, so they're fully aware of us. They've actually used our facilities for meetings in the past. That's part of what we hope to do, is to be able to provide the place for people to meet when they need it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the staff or the applicant? All right, if there's no questions, I need a motion for action. Mr. Al, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the application for special permit docket number 20-000213 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Any second?
Second.
I didn't get who seconded that motion?
Me, John Raplow.
Okay. It's been moved. There's a motion that's been a motion by Mr. Al, moved and seconded by Mr. Raplogo to approve special permit docket number 20-000213 based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted. Staff, hold on. Yeah, staff, can you go ahead and do the roll call vote?
Okay. So this is to approve as recommended by the planning director, SPP 20-213. Commissioner Al?
Aye.
Commissioner Replogo?
Aye.
Commissioner Aguinaldo?
I could read his lips.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And Chair Rafferty.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. You will be notified of the commission's decision in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right. At this time, we'll take another 10-minute recess while we allow the staff and the next applicant to set up online. So we'll get back in at 11:22.
Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Test. Testing.
Okay, okay. Well, just make sure you paying attention. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
We're getting there.
Hi, Miss Clay. Can we test your microphone? Are you there?
Sorry, I'm confused on the screen. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Is your screen not what's happening?
I don't know. I've got several screens going. I'm confused here. Hang on, let me get a grip. And Mr. Tran is.
So it looks like you called in twice, maybe?
So I know, you know, I think it's trying to open the app as well as my desktop browser. So I'm trying to figure out which one to close.
Okay, don't worry, you have some time. I see you in one, the other one I don't see you. Okay, now you disappeared.
Oh, I closed the wrong one. Damn it.
Close the wrong one. Close the wrong one. Close the wrong one.
So Ted Tran is with her, yeah.
He's going to be. I understand it.
You might want to mute.
Can you see me and hear me yet?
I see you. Let's see. I see you. Let's see. That's better. It's going off and on a little, but
Okay, I see what's happening here.
Practicing, we had a little hiccup with the PDF. Your computer just.
you okay? Is it working?
Okay, I think I have it straight on my end. Hopefully you're seeing me and hearing me clear.
I definitely, yeah, I can see you, and it seems like your connection a little bit not strong, like you sometimes go out a little bit, but
Okay, I closed out every window.
Okay, that's good. Did you do that deliberately, Christian? Hi, everyone. We're gonna have to restart the presenter's computer, so hang on just a bit.
Thank you.
I thought that was me.
No, it's something went wrong with the computer with the presentation. So hold on.
Mr. Trans here. Here we go. There's a,
Hello.
they're gonna start in a minute.
Oh, okay. Please.
Mm-mm.
Hey, folks, we're having some major technical glitches right now. The staff computer just imploded, and so we're going to need to restart this meeting. Kind of stuck on stupid right now. So I'm going to ask everybody to shut down, and we're going to have to log back in.
Down and log back in. All right.
Can you folks
see you, Christian.
Well, I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Now it's not sharing anymore. That's good. Okay.
Are you able to, you're able to share on your computer, right?
I believe so. I'm going to open up the PDF right now and try and test it out real quick.
Shut out on mine. We should be okay to continue.
We're shut down. Your computer's shut off right now, Jeff. I don't know what the hell happened. It started to do an update and then everything just went crazy.
I hope I still have a nice computer when I get back.
You didn't have a nice computer to begin with.
Okay. I can't hear anybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Yelena.
Okay, great. I couldn't. I'll turn off.
Are we good now?
Yeah, I think I am.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're good to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we get all the commissioners here. We get the applicant. All right. Okay. Windward Planning Commission back in session. Item number 3 on the agenda. Applicant Ted Tran Tonu Family Trust. Rezone application 20-000240. Application for a change of zone from a single-family residential 10,000 square feet RS10 to a general commercial 20,000 square feet CG20 zoning district for approximately 20,812 square feet of land. The subject property is located at 78 Lanihuli Street, approximately 150 feet northeast of its intersection with Kino'ola Street. Waiakea House Lots, Second Series, South Hill, Hawaii, TMK 322021008. And Christian will be doing the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear me? And can everybody see the screen with the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as you stated, Mr. Chair, this is an application for a change of zone. The subject property is situated in the South Hilo district of Hawaii Island, more specifically in the Waiakea House Lots area. The subject property outlined here in black is located on Lanihuli Street between Kilauea Avenue and Kino'ole Street. The applicant is requesting a change of zone from a single-family residential 10,000 square feet to a general commercial 20,000 square feet zoning district for approximately 20,812 square feet of land. The applicant is proposing to develop a new single-story 9,500 square foot warehouse building, including 3 720 square foot restaurant / food stalls under a single roof. The applicant is also proposing a 17-stall parking lot, including 1 handicap stall to accommodate customer and employee parking, and a 10 foot by 40 foot loading zone. The zoning for the subject property and some of the surrounding area is currently single-family residential, 10,000 square feet, as indicated in the yellow color. Again, the subject property is outlined here in black, and Kino Ole Street is generally running north-south through the slide, with Lani Huli Street generally running east-west through the slide. Other zoning in the area is similar general commercial 20,000 square foot zoning as indicated in the red color, and some double family residential zoning as well. The state land use designation for the subject property and the surrounding area is urban. The general plan land use allocation guide map it designates the subject property and surrounding area as high density urban, which would support this type of commercial zoning. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject property, again with Kino Ole Street running generally north-south through the slide, and Lani Huli Street generally running east-west through the slide. As you can see, there's some residential and some commercial uses to the right of the subject property. In this case, outlined in red, is the Hilo Veterans Center, and also a doctor's office, and there are other commercial and residential uses in the area. The subject property, as you can see, is currently has no improvements on it and is just in a vegetated state right now. Here is the applicant's site plan. In this case, Lani Huli Street is running at the bottom of the slide, and Kino Ole Street running on the left-hand side. And as you can see, here's the proposed site plan with the larger warehouse structure in the back, and then the 3 food vending stalls in the front with parking along the front as well, and a loading zone on the left-hand side. Here's a view of the property looking north from Lani Huli Street. Again, the Hilo Veterans Center is located here to the right. As you can see, again, it's a narrow, long lot, and currently vacant of any structures or improvements. Here are some views of Lani Huli Street, looking west on the upper left-hand side, with the subject property on the right-hand side. And on the lower left, here's Lani Huli Street looking east, with the subject property here on the left. The planning director is recommending that the commission forward a favorable recommendation to the county council for the proposed change of zone. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Christian. Any questions from the commission?
Yes, I have a question. Can we go back to the photograph of the street, please? The street frontage in front of the applicant's property? Christian? Does anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
Can we take another look at the photo of the street frontage?
Yes, just give me one moment, please. All right, can you see that, Commissioner Clarkson?
Yes, I can. And I'm trying to... So this is another case, it looks like to me, where the virtually none of the street frontage or a lot of the street frontage is still in an unimproved state. And very little of it has the requirement for, where is it?
The curb gutter sidewalk.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. This will affect
yeah,
one of my recommendations for amending the application for
yeah.
the conditions of approval.
Sure. If I may, Commissioner Clarkson, the property directly adjacent, the Hilo Vet Center property, if you can see, they were required to do the street widening and the the curb gutter sidewalk, meeting with the requirements of Department of Public Works. So, and this is on the upper left-hand side. If you can see my arrow, that curb gutter sidewalk and road widening, and kind of the same thing here on the lower left. You can see where that has been installed, as was a requirement of their change of zone, for your information.
Thank you. What about the property on the Ole side of the subject property?
I believe that is still in RS10. If you can see here, RS10 zoning. So that's still a single-family residential zoning. I don't have. Let me see if I can get back to the aerial. The other properties on Kino Ole that are commercial appear to have improved the frontage. But in terms of on the Lani Huli side, the property adjacent with the Hilo Vet Center and the doctor's office installed those improvements.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no other improvements in that block. The remaining properties, other than the vet center and this property, are all RS10.
Yeah, that's correct. So RS10 or RD 3.75. So yeah, except for the one on Lani Huli directly adjacent, the rest are still in residential zoning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions from the commission to the staff? All right. Can I have the applicants or the representative? Okay, they're here. Helena Clay and Ty Tran.
Yes.
All right. I will need to swear you in. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. You can go one at a time. Please state your name, where you reside, and you can proceed with your presentation.
Yelena Clay, Sunrise Estates.
My,
Just your name.
oh, Taj 177 House Street, 0596720.
Oops. I cannot.
You can proceed with your presentation, please.
I don't know. I think it was a presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Sorry, one second, Chair. You just asked the applicant whether they agree with the planning director's recommendation.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Did you receive the planning director's background report, and are you in agreement with the proposed conditions of approval to the county council?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? questions? All right. Did everybody get to read the public testimonies? Dean, did you read? Joe, did you get to read the public testimonies?
Yes.
John, did you read the public testimonies?
Yes.
Gilbert, did you read the public testimonies?
Yes.
All right. Yes, I did. All right. At this time, commissioners, I need a motion for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Al.
I move that we send a favorable recommendation to the county council on application for zone change docket number resolution 20-00024 based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Any second?
Second. Commissioner Aguinaldo, second.
All right, thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Ao and seconded by Commissioner Aguinaldo that this application be forwarded to the county council on based on the planning director's recommendation. Any discussion? No discussion. Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time remembering where we're at on this time limit condition. This to me looks like a perfectly natural case where this property should be and easily could be in commercial zoning. Can't we delete the time limit so that they do it whenever they want to, or not do it, or sell the property or whatever, and if Christian could mute there, thank you. What is the recommendation of the director?
That would be great to lift the time limit, especially with the conditions of the way everything is right now, maybe even extend it.
Director Yee, what is your reaction to just removing the 5-year time limit?
I want Jeff to chime in. He has more experience with the issues with time limits, please.
Go ahead,
Jeff. Go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners and applicants. We recently went to county council with one of the rezoning applications that the planning commission did take out the timing requirement. And I gotta say, it was a pretty tough battle up there. So, I mean, they really, it feels like the council itself really wants to see a timing factor on the applications. The particular one that went up, there was some factors that they were okay with. This one, I think, would be a little different, being that this is a brand new rezoning. There hasn't been anything done. There's improvements. I understand your direction, Commissioner Clarkson, that you're thinking, I mean, and this is what we discussed about going through all those hearings on timing and time extensions and everything, that if the area is appropriate for the zoning, why is timing such an issue? You know, why do we care about when they build it? You know, we're concerned about the land use. And again, we agree with that, But I think overall we have to come to a consensus between the department, the commission, and the council. I mean, the commission has every right to forward a recommendation to the council, and we can go up there and speak with them again about it. But I kind of feel that on this particular one, they may feel differently on the last one. They understand the whole picture that we were trying to get at, that the commission was trying to present as far as timing shouldn't be a matter in these issues. But they wanted to see some pressure on the actual development of the property for those commercial uses and for the improvements that are required in connection with those improvements. Again, if the matter of the 5 years is an issue, that can be adjusted. But I think the department, the commission consider the timing condition to go forward up to council.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Au.
since I was the one that made the motion, I'd like to comment on Commissioner Clarkson's comment. Since the applicant has not requested it until after Commissioner Clarkson mentioned it, it was never part of a discussion. So I think I'm just going to leave the motion as it is and move forward with that. Because if it was an issue, and I understand Commissioner Clarkson, due to what's going on with the world right now, you're watching out for the betterment of the community and the applicants, but it wasn't requested initially by the applicant. So I'm just going to leave my motion as it stands.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner Al, and I just wanted to get clarification from planning staff as to what the status of this timing condition was. I understood that it was hopefully going to be phased out, but if the council is adamant about including it, I don't know. My suggestion was to train the council or persuade the council that this is really extraneous, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Would the time be able to be extended if necessary?
I can address that, Mr. Chair. Right now, the condition requires construction of the proposed development as substantially represented by the applicant or as otherwise permitted by the zoning district within 5 years. And that's condition B. We have our standard condition, and that's condition Q, for an administrative time extension for up to an additional 5 years. So ultimately, the applicant would have up to 10 years to construct something on the property without having to come back to the commission and county council to amend. And the application itself said that they were looking to build by the end of 2021, which, obviously the application came in before all the changes in the world here, but even so, there's a 10-year window before they would have to come back to this body or the county council, up to a 10-year window.
He's good with it.
I'm sorry, did Ms. Clay, were you trying to make a statement?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tran said that that's sufficient.
All right, thank you very much. Any further discussions? All right, if there's no discussion, staff, would you please do the roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Au.
Aye.
Commissioner Aguinaldo. Commissioner Clarkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Replogle.
Aye.
And Chair Rafferty.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. The commission, you will be notified of the commission's decision in writing. Thank you very much for participating. The commission will take another 10 minutes recess to allow the staff and the next applicant to set up online. So at this time, it's lunch. You wanna push through, or you wanna go eat lunch?
Push through.
All right. All right. At this time, it's
Michael sending it.
It's 11:50. We'll reconvene at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
John? Hello, John. For some reason, there's two of you. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to disconnect the one that looks like a phone. If I lose you, call back in.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to try to, because it's getting too many things on our screen. Okay. If you not here, call back. Okay. You're still there. Okay. And we got Andrew here. Hi, Andrew.
Wow.
Hi. Okay. So they're going to start at about 12.
Sounds good.
Okay. So I'm going to put you on mute for now.
Sounds good.
And if you want to turn off your guys' camera, you can. Just up to you. Again.
Hello.
Okay, you're on. Okay, and we got Elizabeth. Everybody's on. Okay, good. Okay, they're gonna reconvene at 12, so you guys got a few minutes, but everything. Elizabeth, can we just test your microphone?
That sounds good, Rochelle.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Okay, good.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so just hang in a little while.
see your RL and my picture. Okay. Can you hear me? Are you hearing me on the phone or on the screen? Can you hear me?
I can hear you through WebEx.
All right. I think we're good.
Joe, are you there? Mr. Clarkson, are you there? Mr. Aguinaldo, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. I see Mr. Awan. I see Mr. Replogo on.
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. E, Michael E, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. We have the staff on. All right. Applicant Andrew is there. Ken is there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. Windward Planning Commission reconvene. Next item on the agenda, New Singular Wireless PCS LLC, DBA AT&T Mobility, use 19-000081, consideration and adoption of proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision on order for denial of a use permit to allow the construction of a non-manned telecommunication facility consisting of a 180-foot tall monopole and related equipment within a 2,500 square foot portion of a 9.65 acre property situated in the county's agriculture zoning district. The subject property is located north of Kuaina Road, approximately 0.5 miles from the intersection with Volcano Road, Highway 11, Ke'au, Puna, Hawaii, TMK 317031031. Applicants or representative, I will need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter and not before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any comments?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Tompkinson.
Thank you. Aloha, Mr. Chair and members of the Windward Planning Commission. As you know, my name is Andrew Tomlinson. I'm with Elizabeth Songvile and Ken Lyons representing AT&T today. Thanks for the opportunity to address the Commission regarding the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision order for the proposed 180-foot tall monopole in Curtistown. As you know, since March 5th, we've all been impacted by stay-at-home orders throughout the state, and this hearing is an excellent example of our need for communications technology. On any given day at the height of this crisis, AT&T has seen 30 to 50% increase in usage on its networks. Today, there's an ongoing discussion nationwide and actually within our state about what the future looks like for technology and how it can be utilized. AT&T has received numerous inquiries from the community about coverage in Curtistown and Ke'au areas. Community members highlighted the lack of access to broadband and wireless services, leaving numerous households and families with few options to access the internet for work, school, or healthcare. This current crisis really underscores why the Curtistown facility we're proposing is so critical. And this Curtistown facility would fill a significant gap in wireless coverage, allowing those in the area to utilize cell phones and hotspots for internet access. In addition, broadband fiber will be brought to the proposed site and can be utilized to benefit the surrounding communities. AT&T's provided you all with a written response to the findings of fact and findings of fact and conclusions of law and decision in order. The findings that the proposed facility would, quote, be materially detrimental to the public welfare because the site of the proposed tower has caused and will continue to cause, quote, extreme emotional distress, is contrary to law. And we respectfully request the commission reconsider its decision and approve this application without delay for the following reasons. Principally, the commission's hearing violates federal law. During the previous hearing for the use permit application, the quote, emotional distress expressed by public testifiers was grounded solely in their fear of radio frequency RF emissions from the proposed monopole. And this fear is not grounded in fact. AT&T submitted evidence to show that the proposed Curtistown facility will meet FCC emissions requirements. And in fact, in the worst case scenario to the public, the exposure possibility is less than 1% of the FCC emission limit. Extreme emotional distress over RF emission is not a valid basis for denying a use permit. It is expressly preempted by federal law, which states, and I'm quoting, no state or local government may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the emissions regulations concerning such emissions. Again, this proposed facility is in compliance with FCC regulations. In addition, I'd like to point out the Planning Commission's finding is contrary to the planning director's and staff's determination that granting the application would not materially be detrimental to the public welfare or cause substantial adverse impact to the community's character or to surrounding properties. The commission also acknowledged in the last hearing that this was the case. Commissioner Rapogel at the March 5th hearing conceded that the public's RF concerns could not be a basis for the commission's decision on the application and stated that, quote, AT&T is not doing anything inherently wrong. They are following the law. They are filling in the space for this net system that is going to provide life-saving system for all our people. And we have heard these concerns over and over from people. And basically, my understanding is we are constrained to a degree by these laws. Commissioner Rao also on the March 5th hearing likewise confirmed that AT&T's application was complete and suggested that there was no legal basis for its denial. And to build upon the comments of Commissioner Rapogel, I just want to point out and highlight two letters that we received in support for this application from the Hawaii County Fire and Hawaii County Police, both customers of FirstNet and the first nationwide public safety broadband network being built by AT&T. Curtistown is a known gap area for cell coverage, and this site was chosen to fill that gap. In addition to the community benefits of improved wireless coverage, the facility will greatly assist our first responders during emergencies in the Curtistown and Ka'au areas. So under Hawaii County Planning Commission rules and procedures 425, 426, and 427, AT&T respectfully is requesting the commission reconsider its decision today and approve the use permit application. We ask the commission consider the need for improved cell coverage on Hawaii Island and the importance of extending broadband wireless service for the community and for public safety. Mahalo for your time and the opportunity to address the commission, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomlinson. Appreciate it. First of all, commissioners, have you all read the written testimonies that were submitted by the public and the applicant? Mr. Rapogel, were you able to read those?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Au?
Yes.
Mr. Clarkson?
I have, yes.
Mr. Aguinaldo?
Yes.
I did read. Anybody have any comments? Any questions?
I have a comment. For the approval of the application at the last meeting we attended, and I will vote against these findings of fact now. That's all I have to say. I don't know if the findings of fact are approved. My opinion is that they are extremely weak and will be overruled by the Third Circuit, the Third District. And that's all I have to say about it.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? All right. I need a motion for action on the adoption of proposed findings of facts, conclusions of law, and decision and order. Anybody from the commission? Mr. Au.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the commission enter into executive concession to consult with our attorney regarding questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities pursuant to HRS 292-5.
Have able to conduct executive session, with the constriction of the media that we have. Sorry about that. Malia, do you have any comment on that?
Hi, Chair. Yeah, I mean, we don't really have, with this virtual meeting, we don't really have the ability to do executive session. Procedurally, your options are, if you believe that the findings of fact and conclusions of law decision order no longer, with what the applicant has presented no longer support your prior findings and decision, then you guys are allowed to then, change those to what you think will support the findings. And if you have read through applicant's motion for reconsideration, if you would like to also make a motion to reconsider, you can do that as well.
Thank you. Right now, I still need a motion for action. Mr. Clarkson?
I'll move to reconsider the original application.
Second.
There is a motion on the floor by Mr. Clarkson, seconded by Mr. Oplogo, that reconsider the prior decision. Any discussion on that? Mr. Clarkson.
Yes, I'd like to speak to my motion for reconsideration. I understand the concern about the oftentimes very emotional testimony that was presented at our last public hearing. And while I take that into account, I don't believe that law allows us to consider that as material. The tower is on a very large piece of property. It's isolated. Its whole radius doesn't encompass any structures whatsoever. And it's received a lot of support from first responders. We've approved numerous cell towers in the past, and I see this one as being basically no different from many others that we've approved. And I would urge all of the commissioners to reconsider with the idea that the original application be approved as conditioned by the planning department. That's all I have.
All right. Staff, please take the roll call vote.
Sorry, folks. I thought you were just going to do an overall aye or nay. So moved by Commissioner Au, right? Clarkson. And seconded by Commissioner Au. Oh, Rep. Logan. Okay, sorry. I didn't see. Oh. We're on-
81.
This is the wrong
That's
one?
okay, just a minute.
Oh, okay. Why does this have Dela Cruz?
Commissioner Clarkson.
Yep. Commissioner Clarkson. Commissioner Replogle.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Commissioner Au.
Aye.
And Chair Rafferty.
Nay.
So, yeah, motion passes 4-1.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move right into the next item on the agenda.
You guys, now you have to actually reconsider the application. So you have to make another motion to either approve or deny based on either the planning director's recommendation, original recommendation, or
Oh, I see.
for other reasons. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. I stand corrected. Go ahead, Mr. Clarkson.
I'll go ahead and
Just talk.
that use permit application US 19-000.
Unless
Jeff,
they want to.
excuse me, Joe. Commissioner Jeff, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Joe. Can I, Commissioner Clarkson, can I chime in on this, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Darrow.
Thank you. These two applications were very contentious. We had a lot of public testimony, a lot of public opposition in letters and in verbal testimony. I would highly recommend that the commission postpone this until a time where the public can actually be a part of the process. In this particular avenue that we have right now, it's extremely limited. The public testimony that we have received up to this time, which can only be submitted written, the public does not know of this request for a consideration, as well as this motion to even consider reconsidering approving the permit. So what I would highly recommend is if you vote to reconsider, that we continue until a time where the public has an opportunity to actually be a part of the process. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Darrow. Appreciate it. Any other comments on that from the commission? Go ahead, Mr. Aguinaldo.
Yes, Commissioner Aguinaldo here. I agree with Jeff on it because there were a lot of public testimonies relating to this cell tower location. So I would like to just indicate that as well, that I do agree what our staff, Jeff, indicated as well.
Thank you, Mr. Aguinaldo. Mr. Clarkson?
Yes, I have a question for Commission Counsel Leah. If we take no action today, either to approve the findings of fact or do no reconsideration itself, what is the status of the application? Are there time limits where it will be automatically denied or automatically approved? I'm just not familiar with the law as to indefinite deferral.
I believe this rule is 60 days, and then there would be an approval if there's no action taken today. But let me go double check the rule.
If I may continue then while she's checking, I think that Jeff is right that the public is unaware of the motion for reconsideration, but I also believe that there's been ample opportunity, both in person and in writing, for members of the public to make their opinion very well known to all of us, and that I see little chance that a future public hearing is going to add something new to our consideration of this matter. And so therefore I would ask us to, put our courage to the sticking post and either approve the application or approve the findings of fact and provide some closure to this matter so that the applicant continue on with their either construction of the project or they can continue with their legal appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson.
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry, let me just jump in real quick, John, and then you can go. Yeah, so rule 7.7-7 planning commission rules if at the close of this hearing within 60 days, if there's no action, then basically it would be approved.
Thank you, Malia. Mr. Aplogo?
I just wanted to say I agree with what Joe pointed out. We know what the public thinks and how they feel. We're going to hear it again and again for every cell tower. And it's my understanding, as stated earlier, that we legally can't deny this. If it's not going to, the pole's not going to fall on anyone, then basically I don't even understand why they still come to us. But that's why I think we should move on. Or take the 60 days no action and they get to do it. But I would rather say, go ahead and do it. Anyway, my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Commissioner Alvarez asking, has his hand up.
Go ahead.
You're muted, Gilbert.
Hello, I'm back. So relating to cell towers, like every district has a design committee. So does this have to be reviewed as well in KL? Because there's kind of like certain district or towns, they have their design committee, yeah? to be constructed. Does that fall in that guideline?
Go ahead, Mr. Darrow.
There's no design committee or commission in this particular area.
Okay. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Au.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I see Director Yi thinking. Maybe I want to hear his thoughts, and I'd actually like to hear the applicant's thoughts. Maybe Mr. Lyons or Ms. Songvilla or Mr. Tomlinson. Any comments from the applicant or our fearless leader, Director Yi?
I would agree with the statement that, yes, you should make a decision today. Having this COVID issue and having to do it online, not having public testimony, the community was outside our doors here protesting with signs, probably half a dozen of them. And so from that standpoint of, and they question the Sunshine Law, their ability to be part of the process, you certainly will raise that question if you approve the application today. And that worries me. I would want to know, at least for the record, you would really want to know why you're taking it for each individual member to understand why you're taking up the reconsideration today and why these issues weren't, let's say, part of your decision making at the last time. I get it. This is a tough one. I haven't certainly been put in this position before. This is unique, having to do this online and stuff. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you. Yeah, I think for me the reason I voted no was basically because of what Mr. Yi just said and Mr. Darrow said. I'm worried about the that yes, we're getting the public testimonies on papers, but there may still have some who will say they don't have the ability to type, they don't have the ability to fax, they don't have the ability to use computer or anything that they could submit the testimonies on. Who would be there to voice oral testimony? And they may claim that they're denied that opportunity to participate. So that's the reason why and also what Mr. Yi said about why is it that we change our mind right now. So for me, I'm going to stick to how I voted, and I'll continue to stick to it. That's my comment. Thank you. Mr. Aguinaldo? You got to mute it, Mr. Aguinaldo.
I agree on what our planning director, Mr. Yi, indicated, and Jeff, as well as for you. I know for AT&T, yes, communication is very important. Yes, it is a key, valuable thing right now. As you know, for people is, wireless connection or whatever it is. Okay, but the concern that I have is, again, there were a lot of public testimony, and what our planning director indicated was, why now, or like, why now? But the alternative side is, I only wish that they had plan A, plan B. And for me was, there are existing areas, or if this particular location doesn't work, was there any alternative site they have uh, chosen, if Plan A didn't work. Like right now, this we're trying to approve this site, this location, this TNK. Is there any other alternative site and alternative method where we indicated, what about, existing towers? Can you go vertically? Which was done in the past. That was my how I expressing right now. It's that yes, it is important for our community. I know for fire and police is very important, but again, we're looking at location. Is there any other alternative sites that we can look at? So that's my biggest concern. I like cell towers, but it has to fit the right location. So I do agree with Tom on it, on that.
Hi, Chair. Malia. I'd just like to remind you, we should have a motion for action for all of this discussion.
Right. Yeah, I agree. We should have a motion before we we continue to further discuss this issue.
Let me point out that I was in the middle of making a motion and my motion was halted by council.
I believe your motion was actually interrupted by Jeff Darrow, but that's okay. I'll take the blame. Please continue your motion, Commissioner Clarkson.
Go ahead, Mr. Clarkson. Go ahead and mute yourself.
Turn on your camera, Jeff. All right. I'm going to make the motion that I move that we approve use permit application USE 19-000082 as recommended by the director and with the conditions that the director has included in his recommendation for approval.
Sorry, 8-1. Yeah, we're on 8-1 this one.
8-1 is number 4, agenda item number 4.
I stand corrected, 8-1. I'm
Any second.
wrong one turned up here.
Second.
It is moved by Mr. Clarkson and seconded by, was that Mr. Replogo?
C. Yes.
Okay. All right. That we approve based on the director's recommendation that was presented in our March meeting. Is that your motion, Mr. Clarkson?
That's correct. And let me just briefly speak to my motion. I was originally in favor of granting approval, and I'm even more in favor now, particularly, and if all of those commissioners want to have a solid reason for changing their mind, I think that current circumstances, which I believe are going to continue for a long, long time, are a good justification for increasing connectivity, and especially in light of the fact that this program that this tower would be a part of is to enable emergency communication by first responders. I just feel that despite the public outcry and despite the emotional testimony, this application should be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. Any further discussion? Mr. Thomason, were you trying to make a statement?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, I didn't want to interrupt, but there were a few questions posed by Commissioner Aguinaldo that I wanted to address if possible, if that's okay.
That's okay, go ahead.
So AT&T did review co-location, particular co-location locations for the area. And unfortunately, there's just a significant gap, as evidenced in our, our application. We talked about this in previous hearings, that a co-location won't suffice, even if we got taller, increase the height. So addressing the co-location in almost every instance, AT&T is very happy to co-locate on an existing facility if it meets its technical requirements. It's a lot cheaper, a lot faster. We don't have to come to these hearings. So that being said, in terms of the testimony in opposition, I just wanted to point out that much of the testimony, because Commissioner Aguinaldo was referencing, can we put this someplace else? A lot of this testimony is coming from people on different parts of the island who aren't even directly in the community, for one. And then, so almost to the point of where, people are going to have problems on any parcel of land to a certain extent. And the other issue is because of the nature of this testimony and that it's based on the fact that people are have emotional distress about RF emissions, that's not by law, that's not a legitimate reason for to be accepting that testimony. I mean, based on RF emissions and emotion. So from AT&T's point of view, we really think that this is a good place for this tower. It's away from on a large parcel. It's away from close neighbors. There's no fall zone issues, and we urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomason. Any further discussion?
Hi, everybody. Can you guys hold on? The live stream seemed to have stopped. I'm not sure what's happening.
Rochelle, do you need some time? We're going to put the commission in recess.
It looks like it popped back on. It was stopped for a minute or two there, and I saw you were frozen, but now it's back. I think it's okay now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Do you have your hands up? Unmute, please. Unmute, please.
Hey, Andrew, I have a simple question. Now, as far as territorial, I call it territorial with cell towers. So we don't see a lot of cell towers pop up here, there. Is AT&T allowing other cell tower providers to chime in on your tower? Or is it just specifically AT&T?
Great question. No, absolutely. Other providers would be able to co-locate on this tower.
Okay, I yield.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other question or discussion? All right, staff, can you take the roll call vote, please?
The vote is to approve as recommended by the planning director based on recommendations presented at the March meeting for use permit -19-081. Commissioner Clarkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Replogle,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguinaldo, Commissioner Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Commissioner Au,
Aye.
and Chair Rafferty.
Nay.
Vote passes 4-1.
Thank you very much. You will be notified of the commission's decision in writing. I'm gonna call for a recess, a bathroom recess. We just finished lunch. So let's take a 5 minutes recess. We'll be reconvene at 12:46. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isabella, that is still
on. This is Rochelle. Do you want to try and totally call back in, or are you okay with the echo?
Echoing lately was Gilbert.
Oh, sorry, your microphone was on. Are you okay?
Yes, I am. The only echo I got is now and when Gilbert spoke, but nobody else echoed.
Okay. Well, if you want to try call back in, if not, we'll just leave you on.
Yeah, just leave me on.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I will mute us.
Right. Mr. Aguinaldo, are you there? Mr. Aguinaldo? Gilbert?
Yeah, I'm. Oh,
Clarkson. All right. Mr. Clarkson is there. All right. Andrew, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Okay, Andrew, I can hear you. All right. Thank you. Mr. E, are you there? Mike?
I'm here. Michael's here.
All right. Malia, are you there? Malia?
I have to check my connection here.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right. Since nobody catch the joke, the lunch issue, we're pumping a lot of water over here to make up for the lunch.
I know.
So excuse I'm pumping a lot of water over here.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we can. All right. Now the Windward Commission, Planning Commission back in session. Agenda item number 5, New Singular Wireless PCS LLC, DBA AT&T Mobility, use permit 19-000082. Consideration and adoption of proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision on order for denial of a use permit to allow the construction of a non-manned telecommunication facility consisting of a 105-foot tall monopine with related equipment within a 1,054 square feet portion of a 20-acre property situated in the county's open zoning district. The subject property is located northeast of Tamaku'u Drive, 17th Avenue intersection in the Hawaiian Paradise Park subdivision, Ke'au, Puna, Hawaii, TMK 315023040. Now, the AT&T's representatives were already sworn in on the previous item, so we don't need to have them sworn in. So, would the applicant would like to make any comments?
Yes, please. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Aloha, Mr. Chair and members. Again, my name is Andrew Tomlinson, and I'm still with Elizabeth Songbule and Ken Lyons from AT&T. And again, thank you for the opportunity to address the commission regarding the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision order for the 105-foot tower facility in Hawaiian Paradise Park. As we just spoke a bit in our past hearing on the past agenda item, since March 5th, we really have seen the need for telecommunications technology. And again, AT&T's usage has really gone up considerably since then. And Hawaiian Paradise Park site was also chosen to fill a very significant gap in coverage. And it's going to facilitate a faster and more reliable network for a really underserved part of the island. And this current crisis, really exemplifies why we need that. The findings of fact for this proposed tower were based on the fall zone and the asserted lack of access for AT&T for the subject property. The findings were that the proposed tower is materially detrimental to the public welfare, and that AT&T failed to show that it is legal access to the property. And these are factually incorrect. And accordingly, we'd like to respectfully request that the commission again reconsider its decision and approve this application today. To address the fall zone, there were numerous claims in the last hearing that the play area and the basketball hoop and the parking area were in the direct fall zone of the proposed tower. And this is not true. So if you would, please refer to Exhibit 1 from AT&T's response if you haven't looked at it already. It's an aerial image. There's a blue circle that represents a 105-foot radius around the proposed tower that would encompass the quote fall zone. And as you can see, the playground, the basketball hoops, and the parking lot lie outside this blue circle. So please note that also the basketball court is abandoned and in disrepair, and I confirm this with the homeowners association. And this can be seen on photos in the application attachment 6 and 11. And also, there's no evidence that the proposed monopine structure would be at risk for falling. I'd like to remind everybody that the steel tower is engineered to meet all the structural and safety requirements prescribed in Hawaii County Code. In regards to property access, AT&T has legal access and right to occupy the subject property. The use permit application in itself requires a landowner to provide written consent to even submit the permit application. AT&T submitted a signed letter of authorization and consent from the president of the homeowners association with its application. The HOA obviously owns the subject property and manages it pursuant to their HOA bylaws. AT&T also provided complete minutes from a January 2019 Hawaii Paradise Park public board meeting that show the board approved the proposed project. At this board meeting were board members as well as community members, and I went back and recently checked the board minutes leading up to that particular meeting in January 2019, and there were no less than 6 public board meetings with verified minutes and approved minutes where the AT&T proposal was discussed in front of the public. So I just wanted to make that clear that the public was aware of it. And finally, Exhibit 2 from the material we provided today is a fully executed and notarized a license agreement between AT&T and the Homeowners Association for the subject tower and support facilities at the property. We'd also like to point out that AT&T's application should be deemed approved pursuant to Section 25-264 of the Hawaii County Code. The code states that within 90 days after acceptance of the use permit, the commission shall deny or approve the application. And the commission in this particular case did not act to approve or deny it until 99 days after the date of acceptance, which was November 27th. And there was no written objection received by the commission within 90 days of the acceptance of the application. So accordingly, we believe that the application qualifies and should be deemed approved. And lastly, before we close, I want to re-highlight again the 2 letters of support we got from the Hawaii County Fire and Hawaii County Police. And they're both FirstNet members. And again, as we discussed in previous hearings and in the previous agenda item, that the FirstNet is the nationwide public safety broadband network being built by AT&T. The Hawaiian Paradise Park site was specifically identified by the FirstNet Authority and the state of Hawaii with input from County of Hawaii as critical to public safety. So I'd like to just reiterate that this was chosen by the FirstNet Authority and the state as a location that was incredibly important. So the broadband service is critical for the safety of community and directly impacts the ability of the first responders to respond to emergency situations quickly and safely in and around Hawaiian Paradise Park. So in conclusion, again, AT&T would like to respectfully request the commission to reconsider its decision and approve the use permit as recommended by the planning director and staff. In general, we'd just like the commission to consider the need for, again, the improved wireless coverage on Hawaii Island and the importance of communications to the community and public safety. So thanks again for your time, and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Clarkson.
Yes, as I indicated in support of my vote against the application at our last meeting, I was concerned about the fall radius of the tower. And I understand Mr. Tomlinson's assertion that these towers don't fall over. But this is a greenfield site. There's nothing actually been done in support of the construction of this tower except on paper. And my question is, how difficult would it be to renegotiate your agreement with the landowner to move the tower 50 or 100 feet to the east-northeast so that the fall radius encompasses nothing but unoccupied land where nobody could be expected to park, drive, walk? So difficult.
So the particular location was identified working with the homeowners association, and it was placed near the other communication facility, the Spectrum site, which is right there. And it's specifically was designed so that it would not fall towards, or not fall, excuse me, would not be closer to the road, so that it would be maintained within the homeowners association. So in terms of how difficult it would be basically starting from scratch. We would have to renegotiate a license, which we have, approved as of, signed, fully executed license as of July 2019. We'd have to re-engineer the site, and we'd have to go back and be before you again for a use permit for the same thing, essentially. But after discussion with the homeowners association, we've had discussions with them that if we needed to, we could block off the end of that, the parking area, but it's a very small section that's would be closer to the tower. But as you can see on the map, the structures that were claimed to be in the quote fall zone are outside.
Mr. Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can staff verify that if the pole is relocated, would that require the applicant to come in for a whole new use permit?
Okay. Staff, did you get that request?
Staff is discussing that option right now. Hold on.
Okay. I have a comment about Mr. Clarkson recommendation or questioning about moving the northeast. I believe there's a road right there coming in on the northern edge of the blue circle. So
yeah, I may have been mistaken in my directions toward slightly more away from 17th Avenue and slightly more toward Maclou. Is it Maclou? Baku. Yeah, I don't know what staff is going to tell us, but I mean, I was very concerned about the fall radius before, without the, I'm less concerned now, trusting that your survey was accurate, but I would still prefer to put a condition on any approval that I personally voted for, that the site be moved, I'm going to say 40 or 50 feet further away from 17th and slightly toward Maku'u. There's 175 feet distance between the proposed tower site.
Mr. Chair, can I interject, please? Excuse me, Commissioner Rapogo.
Oh, go ahead.
I think we're going into discussion here, so I think maybe we should just stick to answering, asking questions and getting our questions answered, and then somebody make a motion before we go into discussion.
Okay, I see. Yeah, right.
The applicant is trying to speak.
Oh, Mr. Lyons.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to clarify also that it's not just the use permit application. Before AT&T can actually apply for a facility within the county, we also have to go through all the environmental approvals, NEPA 106, the SHPD consultation process. So there is a limitation in terms of how much we can move without having to effectively start over those processes. And it's typically about 10 meters is the limitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons.
This is staff here. We would not have a problem, but I think the applicant has outlined the issues that are involved with moving. So the burden seems to be on them, but to amend, it wouldn't be impossible for us. But again, it seems like the hoops we'd have to redo everything as the applicant has stated.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about?
Go ahead, Mr. Clarkson.
So if the site were moved 10 meters or less from its existing place and the tower were moved within the site to be furthest away from habitable structures, roadways, parking lots, would you still be able to use your existing environmental studies and meet other agency requirements?
Through the chair, this is Ken Lyons again. I believe we would. There are some constraints, certainly, as Andrew has identified, also about the lease area. As you can tell, the tower sits within, effectively, I believe it's a 50 by 50 lease area. If it goes beyond that, of course, we'd have to change the lease location with the. But right now, as you can tell, the monopole actually sits in the middle of a 50 by 50 lease area. So it'd be one of those things that, you know, how far we go, what it would trigger, could potentially trigger perhaps an amendment to the lease, which, you know, we'd have to discuss with, you know, maybe take a few minutes to discuss that. But the environmental approvals, we might be able to reuse so long as it's less than 10 meters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. So did everybody get
Holding his hand up?
I'm sorry.
Question, Mr. Chair, for AT&T. So as far as what Commissioner Joe indicated is within that circle radius, if we move it, why can't they just have one entry point within the existing entryway to the parking area instead of making another road coming off 17? I know Commissioner Joe indicated fall. If you eliminate all that driveway, is that considered as savings on you folks' lease and moving it more? What I'm trying to see is I'm looking at it right now on county property tax. You have a lot of area for moving in that area and kind of slightly further away from 17th Avenue. Is that a problem?
I think, well, the access you're looking at it through the side gate on 17th Avenue is that gate is actually in existence. So this is an easement that we would have for access to our facility. And as Ken mentioned, there is within our lease area the ability to move the actual base of the tower to more towards the side of the area within the inset lease area that you can see on that particular map, which would bring the tower a bit further away. And to kind of agree with Ken, I think from a permit standpoint, from compliance from Section 106, which is federal, and then Hawaii Historic Preservation, I think we'd be okay without having to do a new historic preservation survey. So there is that potential. We would just have to discuss it with the landowner on how far we would need to go and what that would how that would reflect on our license.
Correct. You guys license and lease. The reason why is across the street on 17th, there's a house, and on corner of Maku'u and 17th on the Pahoa side, there's a house there as well. So if you kind of look at the driveway, existing driveway radius, kind of like it's a little bit more out of sight, out of mind, right? Instead of, kind of like what Commissioner Clarkson said, is kind of moving away a little bit from the corner of 17th and Maku'u. Taking into consideration that there's an existing basketball hoop in that area as well. I yield that.
Mr. Al. Thank you very much. Mr. Al.
I don't have any more questions, but I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Al, make your motion. Oh, wait, before you do that, the commissioners have all of you read the written testimony submitted by the public and the applicant. Mr. Aguinaldo?
I did.
Mr. Al?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Clarkson?
Yes.
Mr. Aplogo?
Yes.
Thank you. I did too. All right, Mr. Al, go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, for applicant, New Singular Wireless, PCS LLC, DBA AT&T Mobile, use permit 9-00082, I move to adopt the proposed findings, facts, conclusion of law, and decision and order. And if it's seconded, I'll explain my reason why.
It is moved. Any second?
Second.
I must have missed it. Did you guys motion for reconsideration?
No, no, ma'am. The motion is to adopt the proposed findings of facts, conclusions of law, and decision and order. Okay. It is moved. It is moved by Mr. Al, seconded by Mr. Oplogo. Go ahead, Mr. Al. You said you have a comment.
So I'd just like to speak to my motion. Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Lyons are talking about, redoing things, and my fellow commissioners are also talking about relocation of this tower. And I share the same concern as Commissioner Clarkson about the fall radius. It clearly states, and I appreciate this map, that the pole is 100 foot a 105 foot tall pole, and you showed us the 105 foot fall radius. But visually, there's too much potential danger to people, and that's part of our job as commissioners. By law, we cannot use the health issues that a lot of testifiers are talking about, but we can use the fall radius issue. And there's a lot of potential danger. I understand that the basketball hoop is not used, but it is a basketball hoop. There's that playground in that area, and it's just outside of that 100-foot fall radius. You have that major roadway, Maku'u Drive, and yes, it's clearly out of the 105-foot fall radius, but there's so much potential of that tower falling, and when that tower falls, it's going to explode and it's going to go farther out. So that's my thinking as far as making that motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree with Dean on what he just mentioned.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. Yeah, I voted down this one the last time, and yeah, it's my reason was exactly what Dean, Mr. O talked about. And I understand the issue that the applicant is saying. If you move it, certain places, the amount of work that'll be involved. But I think we also have a responsibility to the community, to the public, to the island, that we do our due diligence reviewing all the the potential hazards and all that that they pose to the general public. So that was the my reason then why I voted no to this application. Mr. Tomlinson, you have your hands up.
Yes. Yes, thank you. If we were able to move the tower, the location 20, 30 feet in a particular direction to take it away from more of the basketball area and whatnot, would that satisfy the commission today if we make that agreement to get it away from that location by moving 20, 30 feet, 40 feet?
Let me respond to that. That'll, for me, will satisfy that my concern as long as we minimize the exposure of the public. There was another issue that was brought up that I'm still trying to wrestle with, and that was the functionality of the homeowners association. There's and you see that they're still in the public testimony. They're still talking about how that HPP really doesn't have a functioning association. So that was a concern. I know there's a lease contract sign over here, but I'm concerned when the community from members of that same community are saying that there's no functioning association. That was my two concerns then, and still my concern now. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment, please.
Mr. Clarkson?
Yes, I want to see this, or I agree that the application in general is a reasonable one, and would like to see the tower built And I understand, I remember after the last meeting, somebody from AT&T pointed out a tower that was right in the middle of downtown Hilo and said, well, what about the fall radius there? And I just want to make clear that, you know, a tower that's in the middle of the city, there's no other choice. You just have to do the best you can. Here, you're starting with a brand new site. There appears to be lots of room. I am going to vote in favor of Commissioner Ao's motion, and only because I think that's only going to be the only practical way to start over, not necessarily with a clean sheet of paper, but to get the tower moved. There's lots of room on this HPP Homeowners Association to get the tower moved as far as possible away from structures and roadways. And I encourage AT&T when they make further applications, and we've done this with Verizon, we made them move it off of away from highways. I just would encourage them in the future, if you've got a choice, make sure the fall radius doesn't encompass anything other than plants and trees.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Any other further discussion? Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'd like to ask the staff to conduct the.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I forgot to raise my hand.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, didn't see you. Go ahead.
I'd like to address Mr. Tomlinson's question. He asked that if that they were AT&T, if applicant is willing to move the tower, will this commission be in favorable? And since I was the one that made the motion, I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to say no. No to the fact that you're just going to move it 10 meters. Mr. Lyons said that you guys still don't have to do anything if you guys move it within 10 meters. I do not want to see that tower move 10 meters. I want to see that tower moved away from anywhere where it will fall and it won't hit other trees, and those trees will fall. When structures that huge fall, they don't fall at 105 feet. They drop to the ground, and a lot of times they'll break. Something will happen and it'll go past that. And it's just, it's too dangerous. And that is a major concern that I have. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also agree with you as far as the HPP Association and their and the fact that they're kind of defunct. So I do agree with you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ao. Any further comment before we go into conduct the vote? All right. Can you please conduct the vote, roll call vote?
Looks like the applicant has a hand up.
I didn't see that.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. To answer the commissioner's question, we can move the tower beyond 10 meters. It just means that some of the compliance steps that are separate, keep in mind, from the use application, we'd have to redo. It doesn't mean that we couldn't move it more than 10 meters, but if the commission were to approve the application with a minimum setback from certain structures, we'd certainly do that. It would require some different. It would require us to start over on some of our compliance steps, but that's outside of the use permit application, if you will. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lyons.
Mr. Chair, question.
Go ahead, Mr. Ao.
Can staff answer this for me? But Alex, you did mention that it can be done. And just for the record, you know, if this tower was to be moved 100 feet in any direction, would that trigger a whole new use application? I mean, I know it's a minor change, but in retrospect, it's a big change. Huge structure.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but what it would trigger would be the need for a new review, say under SHPD, because it would be a whole new area outside of the site, the 50, the site that they had previously looked at. So that would have to be redone. Could require those 60 and 106 reviews because it's a whole new location. Jeff may be able to talk to other requirements.
Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. The application, when it comes in, it's for a specific area and a specific location. When it's towers, it's usually, for example, like 30 by 30 square foot area. It's a very limited area. That's what's approved for the permit. I can almost guarantee that the area or the movement of that is going to be outside of that area that has been requested and has been agendized. So at that point, it would have to come in as a new request.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So
Thank you.
I want to leave my motion as it is.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
This is for to adopt the finding of facts for new singular wireless PCS AT&T mobility use permit 19-082.
And this is Malia Hall. Just for clarification, you guys are deciding to adopt as is with no amendments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Al?
Aye.
Commissioner Replogle?
Aye.
Commissioner Aguinaldo?
Aye.
Commissioner Clarkson?
Aye.
And Chair Rafferty?
Aye.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Elizabeth. You have been notified of the commission's decision in writing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go into the next item on the agenda. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the March 5th Windward Planning Commission meeting.
Motion to approve March 5th Planning Commission meeting.
Second.
Who seconded that?
Aguinaldo.
Orange. Been moved by Mr. Al, seconded by Mr. Aguinaldo, that we approve the minutes of the March 5th, 2020 Windward Planning Commission meeting. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you very much. Any administrative matters or announcements that we need to know from the staff?
Lunchtime.
No administrative matters.
Thank you very much. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting, the very first virtual meeting.
I would just like to say that we really appreciate all your time and help and effort in making this difficult process happen. I know that it was tough. There's a lot of challenges, but at the end of the day, we made it through. And we just want to say thank you. We really appreciate all your efforts.
Yeah,
I
same.
would also have to add that Jeff is being humble. Rochelle, Jeff, the Planning Commission staff invested hundreds of hours to make sure today went without a major glitch. And I think they proved like we had no major glitches. A lot of testing. Again, thank you for testing often. This was the big test, and we will have Leeward in a couple of weeks. I did ask for an extension of permitting deadlines for another 30 days because we weren't sure how this would work. Well, I was denied that request, so we had to have this happen fairly smoothly. And I think today we proved that we could do this. A few glitches, but very happy about how this turned out. So mahalo to all the planning staff that put hours behind this to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, $10,000 bonus for all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, on behalf.
I make a
of the
motion that
commissioners-
we adjourn.
Okay.
On behalf of the commissioners, I want to thank the staff. You guys really put in a lot of work, so thank you. There's a motion on the floor to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
In move and second that we adjourn the meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there's no nay. Thank you all very much. I appreciate everybody's participation, everybody's help. Aloha, everybody.
Aloha. Till we meet again. Ahui ho.